wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Don't me call one casa.
Have a goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers. Simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Are you still searching for the right platform to share your voice, thoughts, and feelings? Then the GhanaWeb Reporter on the GhanaWeb app is the perfect app for you. It is Ghana's only citizen journalism and infotainment platform. Wherever you are, whatever you are doing, GhanaWeb Reporter links you up to the world. The Reporter also gives you the opportunity to blog or become a citizen journalist, so you share stories with the rest of the world about cities, music genres, pop culture, tech, politics, etc. Download the GhanaWeb app from the Google Play Store or App Store on your smartphone and open it. Tap on the member button at the bottom of your screen and follow the easy steps to register with your phone number or email, and you are ready to become a reporter.
GhanaWeb Reporter, democratizing journalism and empowering content creators.
Luckiest, luck is everywhere, for everyone, yeah. Luckiest, star 712.
How to play and win online. Step 1. Go to the URL or website www.theluckiestafrica.com. Step 2. Click on Ready to Play and register. Step 3. Fill out your valid details to register. Step 4. Enter and confirm the OTP sent to your email. Step 5. Purchase your ticket or generate a random ticket. Step 6. Enter the ticket amount you want to buy. Step 7. Follow the steps to buy tickets for yourself or someone. Step 8. Confirm your ticket and choose your payment option. Step 9. Follow the steps to make payment. Step 10. Verify your phone number. I am Mr. Goodluck, and I'm on a mission to spread luck all around.
Nurse, Baba, driver, bouncer, friends, teacher, banker. Star 712 hash. You could be the luckiest.
Is FDA approved.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380
yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Idea Products Nadia Makeup. I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. Who pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards. Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Kwanyet on. You name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Bramian the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
This has become the plight of Israel Nkegbe, once a robust chief inspector of police. The 63-year-old now struggles just to draw breath. He's one of a growing number of Ghanaians who struggle with chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, a lung disease that kills 3 million people around the world each year. Nkegbe recalls the moment he first heard that diagnosis.
They asked me, do I come there alone? That's who I was with my wife. They said I should call him here. So I invited my wife. And he instructed the nurse to take me to the emergency. In fact, I was scared.
Nkegbe can no longer leave the house.
When I walk for a little distance, my breath, I'll be finding it difficult to breathe. I don't usually travel. And if I'm traveling in my own vehicle, for that one, I'll close the glass. But if I'm not traveling in passenger vehicle, the glass is always open. So when it happens like that, sometimes I use a hanky or tissue to cover my nose. But when I reach where there is no smoke again, then I remove it.
Nkegbe is among a growing number of Ghanaians being sickened by a silent killer. The very air we breathe is becoming more and more toxic, according to lead pulmonologist Dr. Samuel Asumeni.
Apart from asthma, there's something we call chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. It's also a form of airway disease. It's noted to also be other exacerbated and potentially also brought on by pollution. Because the pollution can be what is outside or what is even in the immediate environment of the person. It could be home or what is outdoors. And all these have been found to have effect on conditions like that, something like bronchitis, and then also certain pollutants, certain things in the air can also in the long run cause something like, cancer.
And it's not just respiratory problems. Air pollution can cause a range of conditions, including heart disease.
People who also have underlying heart diseases, and then they are also in that same environment, may get worsening of the underlying condition. And as I said, if they are exposed to this pollutant for a long time, may develop new onset cardiovascular conditions. So these conditions are not just trivial. They could worsen their condition. They can even result in death.
It is particularly bad here in Accra, where pollution from vehicles accounts for about 40% of pollutants, according to the Clean Air Fund. Minibuses, known as trotros, like these, ferry about 70% of commuters across the city each day. Now, even though laws like the Road Traffic Act 2004 Act 683 make the provision for regulation of quality vehicles, these laws are barely enforced. Here at the Carnation Market in Accra, dirty emissions from aging vehicles are obvious. Drivers and hawkers who work all day in traffic are at the greatest risk. Sadly, they are often the most vulnerable.
Richard Akwesiajeman sells belts here. He says he constantly struggles with poor health. Maateko Amashong says she has been selling food items at the Carnation Market for years. She deals with constant congestion and coughs. The pollution's also obvious here at Tema Station, one of Accra's most busy transport hubs where cars park and marketeers sell all sorts of goods. It's no surprise then that the local clinic here sees high rates of respiratory-related cases. Linda Yeboaboche has been a nurse here for 6 years.
Within a week, let me give you average, within a week, let's say we had a patient, maybe 50 patients, or then respiratory tries to take about 25 cases. So it's really affecting people here. And most of the market women and the drivers, they don't have any knowledge about it. Even if you talk to them, they don't know that it's the smoke that is causing all those health issues.
Tema Station hairdresser Naomi Amprofi says it is frustrating to have no control over the air they breathe. Even here, outside the Kolebu Teaching Hospital, where 43-year-old Akwele Laye has sold groceries for 21 years, the air pollution is constant. Inside the hospital, medical staff deal with the consequences.
We do see people in the automobile industry, transport industry, drivers. We see mechanics. It's a vast range, and all of them will come with a different types of respiratory condition. Some of them will come with asthma. Some of them will come with COPD. Some of them will come with lung fibrosis, that's scarring the lungs as well.
Air pollution in Ghana has had little attention before now. It causes at least 28,000 deaths a year, according to the Clean Air Fund, and costs the country $2.5 billion a year, equivalent to 4% of the economy. A recent study found just treating the growing number of sick patients is a burden on Ghana's healthcare budget, says Head of Transport at the Accra Metropolitan Assembly, Alex Johnson.
We estimated about $14 million annually is spent on treatment costs of patients or respondents that have been hospitalized more than once in a treatment facility.
Accra is Africa's fastest growing city. With all those extra people, experts say air pollution is going to become a crisis. The good news is there are solutions. The government, led by the EPA, is working with a range of stakeholders on a plan to improve the quality of the air we breathe. They've developed standards that would force owners to fix vehicles to reduce emissions. The next step is getting buy-in.
We have identified a number of interventions that we can implement if we really want to bring the levels down, and there are various stakeholders that need to come on board. Because when it comes to regulating the emissions of air emissions, not only EPA, other stakeholders also come on board. If you talk about vehicular emissions, DVLA comes in. Transport issues, Ministry of Transport. So we have developed the air quality management plan. The initial one was developed in 2018, and then it was implemented to an extent. And now we are reviewing it to extend coverage to the entire Greater Accra region. So it is almost done, and then this month we are bringing other stakeholders on board. We have shared the draft with them. So we are bringing them together so that we look at their contributions, their inputs into the plan, so that we can finalize it, and then we start with the implementation.
AMA Head of Transport Alex Johnson has a range of ambitious plans that would provide bike lanes and sidewalks to encourage Accra citizens to walk and cycle more. But he has one much more simple solution that could start immediately.
Car-free days, I think they are the most or the lowest hanging fruits we can get, especially in trying to adjust our culture to making sure the environment is clean. And the way car-free days are implemented, they take cognizance of a lot of factors to make sure that it does not affect economic activity. Normally what you have is in other African cities that we know are implementing car-free days. They implement on a regular basis on Sundays between 6 a.m. and 12 p.m. So it's just half of the day. But analyzing the kind of benefits they get even for just about 6 hours of opening up the environment for people instead of cars is quite enormous. It's a pollution reduction strategy if you keep at it for a very long time. It means that you've taken a significant portion of the day, and consistently you have a multiplier effect as the years go by.
Director Amwa says the real wins will come when the government passes a set of regulations that will force transport operators, vehicle owners, and industrial polluters to clean up their act. The EPA expects to face resistance from polluters, some of whom have strong influence with lawmakers.
If you really want to regulate the quality of air and the quality of air that is being emitted from different sources, we should have a standard that we can compare with. So we have developed a standard, which I mentioned is available. We have two of them, one for the vehicular emissions, and then the other one for ambient air quality, and then point source or stack emissions. So those are for industrial undertakings. So when they monitor, we check whether they are meeting or they are not meeting. But for us to be able to implement the standard, we need the regulations. So we are working on the regulations, and I'm sure very soon we'll complete with that, and then we'll go into full enforcement of the standards.
In the short term, the EPA has been monitoring air quality at 17 locations around the city and has developed a color coding system to alert residents to the dangers they face day to day. EPA Ghana uses a social media platform X, formerly known as Twitter, to alert people to the quality of the air in their community based on a series of color codes. It starts at green and goes through orange and red when sick people are encouraged to stay at home.
When it goes purple, when the index is between 201 and 300, then there is a health alert. So the risk is increased for everybody. Then the last one is when it is maroon. We say when it gets to that level, it's hazardous. That is when the index is about 300. Okay? And that is a health warning for everybody because everybody is at risk.
Health experts say there are things people can do for themselves now. Wearing masks and covering mouths and noses with handkerchiefs will block the larger particles. People should avoid high traffic areas as much as they can, and they say people should start walking and riding bikes more. Not only will you be making the air healthier, you'll be making your body and mind healthier too. This story was a collaboration with New Narratives. Funding came from the Clean Air Fund, which had no say in the story's content. I'm Wanda Amihagan, reporting for GhanaWeb.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Don't me call one casa. Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers. Simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Are you still searching for the right platform to share your voice, thoughts, and feelings? Then the GhanaWeb Reporter on the GhanaWeb app is the perfect app for you. It is Ghana's only citizen journalism and infotainment platform. Wherever you are, whatever you are doing, GhanaWeb Reporter links you up to the world. The reporter also gives you the opportunity to blog or become a citizen journalist, so you share stories with the rest of the world about cities, music genres, pop culture, tech, politics, etc. Download the GhanaWeb app from the Google Play Store or App Store on your smartphone and open it. Tap on the member button at the bottom of your screen and follow the easy steps to register with your phone number or email, and you are ready to become a reporter.
GhanaWeb Reporter, democratizing journalism and empowering content creators.
Luckiest, luck is everywhere, for everyone, yeah. Luckiest, star 712.
How to play and win online. Step 1. Go to the URL or website www.theluckiestafrica.com. Step 2. Click on Ready to Play and register. Step 3. Fill out your valid details to register. Step 4. Enter and confirm the OTP sent to your email. Step 5. Purchase your ticket or generate a random ticket. Step 6. Enter the ticket amount you want to buy. Step 7. Follow the steps to buy tickets for yourself or someone. Step 8. Confirm your ticket and choose your payment option. Step 9. Follow the steps to make payment. Step 10. Verify your phone number. I am Mr. Good Luck, and I'm on a mission to spread luck all around.
Nurse, papa, driver, bouncer, friends, teacher, banker. Star 712 hash. You could be the luckiest.
Everyone.
Is FDA approved.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses? Talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors.
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Edia Products Nadia Makeup. I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. Who pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Kwanyet on, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Ensure the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer in 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Every year, thousands of people around the world fall victim to online fraud. From investment fraud, romance scam, recruitment scam, to online shopping fraud, criminals have developed various ways of using the internet to dupe people of their monies all around the world.
Investment fraud, okay, where people create various businesses on social media and ask people to deposit some amount of money with them, and within a short period of time they guarantee you very high returns. Okay, now people send their monies and they do not hear anything again, where people assume the profiles of other people, soldiers, military men working in various countries, okay, and then they try to lure people, date them online, and then through that they are able to defraud them of several amounts of money. Recruitment scam also has to do with job seekers on social media. So someone creates again a page or a profile on social media, sometimes impersonating our various security agencies like the police, the military and all of that, and then they start making posts that we are recruiting and the processes involved and all of that. Now people also go on there and then they become victims. By when they go through the process, they are asked to pay certain amount of monies and they do not hear anything again. Another one also has to do with online shopping fraud, okay, where businesses are being created on social media. During COVID, one way or the other, we're all shopping online, okay, and then it is dispatched to you, you make payment, or sometimes you need to make payments before you receive the item and all of that. Criminals also took advantage of that, created various, or they still do, create various pages of businesses online. Even some they still even impersonate actual businesses, okay, and then they offer goods at very should I say
relatively low price.
Yes, I wouldn't even say relatively low, you'd say maybe it's a bit, but prices that you wouldn't find anywhere, just to lure victims into doing that.
How do they operate?
They gave me a PC and gave me directions and also give me websites. That was the thing that they gave to me for me to work. They taught me how to chat people online, tell them that this thing is like this, which is not, for me to collect money from them.
So they taught you how to chat.
Yes.
They gave you a laptop, obviously.
Yes.
And what websites were those? Do you remember 2 or 3 websites?
Just Korea.
Korean websites?
Yes. They'll give you their website. You go in there. Sometimes you might even hack it. You go in there.
You have hackers
Yes, in our office. There are some
websites.
Yes. Like me, they taught me. Yes, they taught me. So you go in there. Depends on the years of the website. You can hack it.
It be dating work, or you just before because now you have to start dating work.
Na Ghana you for start
Dating work. Now Ghana for Nigeria, na Bitcoin I feel they do.
Bitcoin fraud.
Bitcoin fraud.
How?
I feel they do. Like if you have 1,000 Ghana cedis, I will use it to change to
1,000 naira.
Or
10K.
If you have 10,000 naira,
10,000.
I will give you 20,000 naira. That's the way they do it. They do the Bitcoin.
So wetin go tell client? Wetin go tell client?
I will tell her say if I don't post back or I don't post say giveaway, I dey do giveaway of 20,000 naira every Friday. Then I go see that giveaway. So that giveaway me I post for and you be like your Instagram now. I call account. I will your post back or put. Maybe that giveaway. So I post on you. They your friends. They go to say now you. They will call the request. Say I they do it and I get the money. You know, I tell them see the way you can get it. 50 to get 100, 20 to get 40. Is the way we do it.
Between 2019 and 2022, over 6,000 reports of online fraud were made to the Cyber Security Authority. Through investigations, the authority confirmed about 3,000 of these reports to be truly cases of online fraud. According to the authority, perpetrators thrive on the weakness of their victims, which is trust.
The criminals are using what we call social engineering. Okay, Ghanaians naturally we are gullible. Okay, so we tend to trust easily. That is what they use. So social media is more of playing on our minds, okay, to do or to commit crime. So we are seeing cybersecurity as more of a technical problem, but it is equally a very social problem. So our trusting nature is what is being used. The next thing that is being used is greed. So when you look at the various investment scams that are happening, okay, give me 500, I'll give you 5,000 in a week time. These are some of the things, and also we are very trusting. So social engineering has been the main form of modus, okay, through which these criminals are using. For instance, there is a new observed type of cybercrime that we are seeing, okay, or fraud that we are seeing, in which the victims or the criminals, right, are calling in the names of financial institutions, okay, telling the victims that you need to link your Ghana card with your bank account. So I'm calling from this financial institution. We realized that you had not linked your Ghana card, right, with your bank account, and I would want to help you go through the process to do that. In that process, they inquire certain information from you, and if you do not know or you are not aware how to protect yourself, they go even as much as getting your ATM card. They will take the numbers on it, the CVV number behind it. They take very detailed information that they can even use your card to purchase things online.
In dating, we have stages that we chat before you put someone on consignment. First, you chat that person. You chat the person friend. Once you people are friends, you chat that person care. After you have chatted the person care, you chat them love. If you chat them love, you chat them trust. Then after trust, because that's the final place, that's the final thing that will chat the person, then you place the person on consignment.
In Ghana, hundreds are arrested for engaging in online fraud annually. Most of them young people under age 30. Areas like Kaswa, Tafo, and East Legon have been identified as hubs for such crimes, with many perpetrators often being arrested in Kaswa. Residents say though they agree the area is a crime zone, the perpetrators are mostly foreigners.
Yeah, we had the news of being born, but we go on more. We go to be born now. If we be na aba, we be na all the cars were doing na abesesa. But yeah, we had the Bonibia any year. In a house, so no, you can't minimum. So you want to plan what be home.
I've been for Kaswa 30 years now. There's no any problem in Kaswa here. But those from outside, that Liberia peoples and Nigeria peoples who come enter now, they are giving problems and all the call it. So if you are fighting, then you fight about that peoples.
Utimusa who wants to okron mupa. They won't want to okron club when nipa be say 50 and I say there was a time me point ma me ba say ipie kwan ho a me hwese ka bia begina ho na aya ho ho kwan na no mu yi wom e wo second bus stop on ubisa ho say ah we omo kwan ade be chi no yes we yes ka so ade be chi no wati we nsem bebre otete nsem a e maka so anya kono say e say nka yetna ha but e kura ahoto emfan say eniema ekoso ntemtem e wo kuro ni mu but edin aka so ekita no Emma sadly nipa kon no so mbeba abetuna kuro.
Could this assertion be true?
This is not anything new in the system. For some time now, this has been going on, and we have even, at times without number, we have came into contact with some of them who have escaped from their masters. So, and then we have been able to repatriate some of them back to Nigeria. So it's no news. It has been in the system, and we are trying our efforts to see what we can do about it. These people are in the hiding places. They will go and hire a place. We wouldn't know until maybe some of them are no longer comfortable with the treatment their masters meting on them. That is when you see some of them who escaped. When they escaped, and maybe they might, fortunately, to get contact of one of our executives or any Nigerians that they think they can talk to. So through those people, then they bring them to us. So then we do the needful.
We have been in these activities of curtailing the nefarious activities of our young boys and girls in the country. Actually, it's not an issue that is very healthy and interesting at all to hear that our young, our children, the new generation involve themselves in this kind of negative, adventure. A good father or parents will not be happy seeing young children, involving themselves in cyber crime or cyber crime and every other, bad activities.
Criminals, they may be called, and guilty might be the verdict they get if they stand in a courtroom. But have you ever wondered how and why they do what they do? Imagine being locked in a room with phones or computers 24 hours in a day, but these gadgets are not to be used for your pleasure, instead for work. This is the story of many young Nigerians who come to Ghana to make money through any means possible. Victory, Austin, and Victor are three of these young men.
I met a friend in the company where I work. So his brother is in this Ghana. He was the one, not my friend, that introduced me to that his brother. But before I come to this Ghana, I was not aware that it was fraud I'm coming here to do. He just told me that this kind of job that I'm doing in Nigeria, there is a place in Ghana where I will do it. If I do it, they will pay me higher than what I'm earning here. So I was very happy when I heard the news.
He was asked to pay 50,000 naira for the job, which he did, and he was given a date to move to Ghana. Little did he know that the job he was coming for was different from what he had been told.
I wasn't happy because at first it was not what they told me that I started saying.
What did you say?
At first, they told me that it was a company. It was a company that I'm going to be working under. Then when I came to this Ghana, they first took me inside the house, just in a building, in the house. It was fenced. I wasn't happy at first. I felt one kind. And I couldn't talk. I couldn't talk because there is no one there for me to talk to. I waited till night. I called that his brother, that my friend that gave me the job, that he claimed so. I called him. He told me that, bro, this is how it is so. And anything that I'm seeing there is my job.
His story is quite different from Victory and Victor, who both knew what they were getting themselves into before they moved to Ghana.
I work not call the go where. No, I call the see they give me work. First maybe say me I learn the work self. You know we call they give me work again. I don't call they see anything. Me and my friend me get I learn the work now. Me I will see the way the out bless now. He call they tell me say me enter.
Your friend enter your home?
Yes. Went everywhere.
May bless.
May bless. May Yahoo bless. He call say me see try it if I feel see it. Nah theater.
After struggling to make it in Nigeria without any success, he decided to relocate to Ghana.
I call they do the Bitcoin. The Bitcoin, he call they pay me very soon. We call cast. You know, call they pay again. You know, let me want call they do. I call even rent herself. When that my friend only me say, since I don't, he don't try for me, don't come out. Because he may only me want they do. Money not Bitcoin again. That my friend, my sister friend. Call tell my sister say, in get person, me dey Ghana, yeah. They look for boy. What I be will go. I call and say, okay, I will go. Which work is the work? Nico say no, but you go give me number, make me with I call to give me that my chairman me dey Ghana, yeah, in number. You understand what I say? Or give me number, we call talk. Say, see work me they do China work. Now cause I never do China work before. Now dating work. Yeah, Bitcoin now they do for Nigeria before. Then cause say, okay, man, no worry, say this one soon I just new all date. Whether I know what to be QQ, WeChat. That's why I don't know that before. See if I come before 3 weeks to 2 months, 1 month if I don't collect money. See when I come. Now waiting tell me.
He packed bag and baggage and moved, but what he was promised wasn't what he got.
As he carry me when I go his house, he lock me for his house. Yeah, he told me say see the way that they do now. Because our phone now we they use. That time I have 12 Pro my line break on this country. This Ghana so as God they tell me say see the way that they do now. I go say okay, I say I'll fit do one. Me I all the work and the work. Don't use 1 month, 2 months. Money no the come. I call tell me say you know the collect money. Boys may call me for there. They never see collect money. About 5 boys may call me for there.
An entertainer who wanted the fast way up, Victory met some people when he went for a gig and asked them for help. He got their contact and tried several times to reach them, but they blocked him. He then resorted to text and finally got through to them.
The next Monday I started calling, Tuesday I calling. So they say it's wrong number. They don't wanted to help me before. So as the 9 minutes of it, like on Saturday, they called me because I was texting them through SMS. They blocked me on WhatsApp because they are big boys. So I was texting them on WhatsApp. So they go through my texting, like they say, like this person will be intelligent and know how to chat with women. So let them just give me a try if they can carry me along. So at the 9 minutes, they put me on call. Hello, is this Victor? I say, yes, I'll be waiting for your call. Okay, come and meet me so and so estate. So I'll be waiting for you there. So that is how I left.
When he went to meet them, They asked if he was willing to move to Ghana with them the following day, but he refused due to his previous experience in the country in 2018. They, however, convinced him to come with them.
They were like convincing me, like, no, don't worry, you are safe, and I'm not like that. I'll give you everything you want to work, this. So I'm not coming to stay for months or a year or so. But according to them, they say they want to rent an apartment for like 2 months to look for money so that December time we'll be going home smiling. So when I saw the settings, I said, okay, let me go for the 2 months. I said, okay, well, as far as you have given me your words, let your words be your words. But according to my phone, it's not good. He said they will change it for me. So I concluded in going with them the next day.
On getting to Ghana, he met 5 other boys and they were sent to another person while the men looked for an apartment for them to stay in.
Get to Ghana 8. So we stopped at Accra Mall. So when we got to Accra Mall, they booked a taxi and took us to the first office. They have not found the apartment. So when we found the apartment, it was night. We can't go daytime so that we don't know that multiple of boys want to enter that place. So we go at night so that they will not know. So we'll get there at night, but the place was like a police station at the junction. They will enter a little bit before the place is East Legan. East Legan. It's an estate where big people stay. So when we'll get there, so we start running the office work.
Many unsuspecting house owners give their homes out to these criminals without proper checks. The Department of Rent Control has this word of advice for all landlords in the country.
Before a foreigner comes into our country, the person needs a working permit or a residential permit, and that has to be done by the immigration also. But what is interesting is that for now, we are trying to review the 1963 Act, and what we've input in there is that before you give your premises out as a landlord, you need to do a background check of the person you are giving the premises to. So even if the person used the bush to come into the country without passing through our legal entrance and he evade the immigration, before you rent the premises out, you need to check all those things. If you don't check, and we come to realize that you've given your premises to somebody who is coming to do illegal, immoral services, just like fraud and all those things, then you will be liable to answer. So Parliament has given us the assurance. The bill is part of the bill that they promised to pass before they rise for this sitting. So the new law, just as I've mentioned, is going to make sure the landlord do due diligence, make sure he do a clear checks on the person, whether local person like Ghanaian or a foreigner. You need to know what the person is doing, the kind of business activities the person is doing, so that you know about somebody who is coming to do illegal things in our country. So let me rest assured everybody that when that bill is passed, we will make sure that it's implemented to the full.
The sweet words they receive before agreeing to relocate disappear once they arrive in Ghana.
The next day, he called one boy to come and pick us up from the office to the apartment where he rented, where we can work for the 2 months. So one day I was like happy, this is a very beautiful place. I never know I came to kill myself by my hands. So when we get into the house, so we bath, like started talking about how the work will be. Say we will not come down, we'll be upstairs there. So those who their phone is not good, they will be replacing it tomorrow. I said, okay, fine. So the next day, I wanted to swap my phone. My phone was having an issue. So they said we swap it. So I wanted to transfer some important things inside the phone that will be useful for me later. I wanted to pass it to another person's phone so that when they will bring my phone, the new one, I will transfer it back. I never know they have booked a cab outside. Oh no, where is the other person? He said, the other person have not brought his phone. I said, I wanted to explain. So I wanted to transfer. I've not even completed the statement. All I can see is a punch on my nose, blood started coming out, like give me slap, hit me to the wall. I was like, drag the phone out of my hand, then they left. This is the same cloth I was putting on, like blood stain all over. I went to the bedroom to clean the blood, to spit it out. I was not happy when I saw. These were the same person talking to me kindly, like, so this is what they brought me to Ghana to come and do. I get discouraged.
The bosses of these online fraud rings have very strict rules to follow, and anyone who goes against them has to endure severe punishment. For those who are not fortunate, death could be their end.
I don't know what happened. He ran into one boy, like he beat him mercilessly. Even injured the boy hands and his faces. I was like, God, what kind of place have I come now? I was like, it's not me beat another person, so it's not my concern. What I'm concerned is about the work.
I got one client, local, Senegal, and also this Ghana. They paid me some money. Total as in what they paid me in Naira is 800,000 Naira, close to $1 million. Yeah, that's what they paid me. So my chairman, he was not aware that I got that kind of money. It was a friend of him that was aware, but we shared it 50-50. So due to some kind of things that are happening in office, the secret leak, and my chairman, he had to punish me because of that.
What punishment is that?
They will lie you down, flog you very well. They can use PC wire to flog you, and also they can use machete, because in that place you don't have anyone. Even if you cry from now till tomorrow, nobody will hear you. Like I've said before, the rules there are many. Even if you are there is no how you'll be perfect. You must fall for it. So the rules are many. Most guys that went to that place in any office that comes out without a mark on their body, that means you didn't stay there up to a week or 2 weeks.
We don't did there for 1 month, for 3 months. Money no dey come. Now, a friend may get office like other one boys they collect money. Other one go they put on where body say. All those boys, you know, they before you know they touch us. So when that one cut it and say boys they collect money, whether you know they feed the talk to us, you know they give us a spirit, may we walk. From then on and then your things change. Sometimes all those boys we all pack their con, we all be like three con join. We also use all of them. We also say aspirin. We also finish us. Like that be aspirin like finishing. They also finish us. If they all finish us, finish. Also maybe they can see the work. How you can see me?
Aspirin na the beating.
Na the beating. The
okay, so the term high spirit.
Yeah, na beating. We all come, we all give us all of us aspirin. We all beat to our we all do.
Isn't it take beating now?
Also like wire. This all boy wire. That strong wire. This TV wire. So and say they beat us. Even chairman will have that small bottle. That one, but when we in Nigeria, we call it bottle ass. Bottle ass. That small axe. You have to say. That's right, boy.
And they also have a strict routine they follow daily.
They have time to work and time to relax. Like when you go inside, they share, according to all the boys, they share different works to them, what you'll be doing every morning. And office time, we start around 9. At this kind of time, then we end in the evening, 5. They will come outside from the office. Then we will be cooking, we will be washing, doing, we will be sleeping, Then we eat square meal just once a day. So we eat around 9 in the night. Before that, we will go on from 6 to prepare food. We take 8, 9, then we eat again. Then we will not even have time to rest. Then we go up again to start coming online again to chat or to start looking for who to talk to. That is how they were running their personal entanglement in the office. And it was very stressful.
Chairman brother, he's not good. He's not a good person. He's very, very God. He's very, very wicked to the extent that he doesn't give boys at the office food. Before you eat 2 days, 3 days, still yet you will be doing your morning duty and also working.
Why do they choose to relocate to Ghana to commit this crime, you may ask?
Because me not call the girl money to the buy so big get the girl. This one because if I already there, also Ghana now they know the season light, steady light, the steady soap, the network they very good. I take on.
They can't carry Ghanaians now, like they know it's just we in Nigeria. They carry us here to work based on the free electricity, everything is current here. So they tell us to come and work here so that the work will be faster here. Because everything we need is being provided here already in Ghana. So that is how they brought us from Nigeria to here to work.
Unable to withstand the harsh conditions any longer, they each planned their escape, uncertain of what the outcome might be.
They had a fight in the office and they bust his head and also used machete to butcher his face here. From this place to this place. This now looks like he has 2 mouths. So some people that the guy was nice to had to pick call, as in had to pick phone, snap the picture of the guy's face when he was lying on the floor and call chairman that he should come to us, he should come online on WhatsApp. Let them show him something. When he came online, they forwarded the pictures to him. He saw it. He got very, very upset. Then he said that everybody at the office should leave the office, else he's going to put everyone in jail, as in give everybody that is inside our office to police. So some people, not some people, people like me, I had to look for my way on time. But I didn't look for my way that particular minute. I waited till next day. And that next day was the day that police people came to the office. They arrested 28 boys in the office. They took 28 boys with them. So the rest of the boys had to fly fence and run for their lives. Not just that, they arrested them, they were beating them with stick. They broke some of them, their heads here. Yes, beating them. So that's it. Me, I escaped through fence. So I jumped fence. I had to run for my life. I don't have to wait till till police will put handcuff on my hands before I will know that I had to look for my way. So that's how I escaped.
Call lock the door, call go short. And we call say okay, I will cut it down. Call follow again 1 mile, made the day up of silly. That up of silly, so now we got to follow the mile. As we follow the man, we call go inside silly. We look everywhere. Now we call the break all those blocks. Made the set all those edge. Call the break and come on before coffee break and after we break and come on. That under so the PVC may say do one. Now we call cotton. Call his knife tear and we call come outside. And we take come outside. We come outside. Now we look everywhere. Nobody because we want Ghana road. And that Ghana road, I can show a circle for you.
So when I come to the parlor, they lock the front door. So I check the back door, it was open. I say, wow, thank God. So I climb upstairs so that they will see me for the last time, so that they will not notice my movement. So when I come down, I met phone, I met laptop. I wanted to steal it so that when I get to Seco, I will sell it. But anything stealing, I'm not in part of it. It's a bad name, I don't like it. So I don't want anything I will get involved with. I came to this place to steal phone. Because definitely I know one day we'll meet in Nigeria. So I just leave their properties and I left. Though when I get to the back door, there was protector everywhere and cameras everywhere. So I've made up my mind, so I jumped to the other apartment. So when I get to the gate, then I notice the gate, you need to use a key to open it before you open. You don't have those drawers that you open it. I say, what? God, fuck, I'll get myself into another mess now.
He couldn't go back and there was no way for him to escape. So the only thing he could think of doing was hiding behind the generator in the house. But the estate security caught him on camera and came asking questions.
The people monitoring the house saw me on camera. They've called my Oga like, somebody came out from your apartment. Who is that? What is he doing now in the house premises? Like, that's okay. I don't know where my chairman went to. When they were coming like aggressively. They were coming in a very tough way that they can kill yourself. So they go inside the house, don't spend like 2 minutes, they come outside the gate. They observe the gate. If I've run out, they try to observe. Then the security called again. This person is in the back. What is he doing? So they traced me to the back and they saw me. I was very scared. Because I knew there was camera. I said, God, I don't come out. I never know this is how it will be. There was security everywhere outside the house. I said, God, help me. I don't want to go back to the house. So when they saw me, like they wanted to play kindness to me so that the cameras looking at us will notice that they want to throw aggression on me, like make good friendship with me. I noticed what they were up to. So I was like playing with them also to the tricks. Like, why do you come outside? Go inside now. Like I said, bros, I don't want to go inside again. He said, why? Don't worry, we'll sort it out inside. Not knowing that I've set the way they will finish me inside. And I know. And God have already spoken to me. And my mind have told me this is what I want to do to me. So the luck I have is that they did not go with me to inside the house. Like according to the first chairman, because they are two chairmen, they are two friends. So the first one said, oh yeah, Namuko go inside the house. Like the other one that is very arrogant and that can keep person, just say no, leave him, give him key so that he can go inside by himself, so that the camera won't notice anything going on. That is where God answered my prayer. And in that case, in the process, the gate was still open. I say, thank God. So when I was going, they left me so that they just leave me so I will go first. They were like looking at me. So the luck I have is that when I get to the doorstep of our apartment, I drop the key and I turn back. I say, Chairman, I've gone. No, I don't want to get myself engaged in this your nonsense work and this is not how you tell me. This is not how I came to meet it. So he said, no, wait. So I walk out. So I noticed they wanted to chase me. Then I pick a race. Then some Ghanaians were outside like, Charlie, what's going on? I never even mind them, just to run inside the bush.
Life after the escape hasn't been any better for all three, whose only wish was to go back home.
Because they think if we recycle now, they tell them say person will call our sister, our brother, they'll call us, make the same money come. All those ones, because they don't first send me money before. That's why they don't feel send me money again. I don't feel come my sister made the Nigeria. He made the Jamie before me send me money. Now I don't feel send me money. And my chairman I shop the money because they tell me say na lie, say not be my chairman shop on. Say na me. Me, go coffee contact my chairman, me we talk together, say I take up the money when I tell him, green. Now I call use my guy phone, man come meet for circle here. See the shots and he call you block me. And this my guy tell locate. Yes, she all block me. And this my guy call tell locate me go this una church. This
So
church.
right now you dey sleep for circle.
I dey sleep for circle
How the
for that
experience
part.
take be since you escape? How the experience take be? You dey sleep.
I dey-
How you dey chop?
When I did that circle, so like but now I don't complete 2 weeks now. Now those Ghana, sometimes I figure meet Ghana road say CIB, they pursue me for Ghanaians. I figure meet the sit out to the say CIB, they pursue me for which I don't know anybody for here. If you say okay, if you give me money to go Nigeria, see what I do it. If you give me 50 cedis, 20 cedis, 10 cedis, I go see give me. I see on the shop. That park man they sleep so. Now that park man go now I can't sleep. But now they don't they say they know they give me the sleep inside again. Now inside we be they sleep before. They know they give me the sleep and outside we can't sleep now.
Right now you want to go back to Nigeria?
Yes, now I might go back to Nigeria.
Many believe that these online fraud rings, as well as other criminals, use black magic, or what you may refer to as juju. This assertion was confirmed by these young men who said their leaders use juju for different purposes.
These things we are doing is not, sometimes there's something we call grace. You can just jam a helper, he will come just help you. And some that they are forming stubborn and you see they have money, you can't just let go of them like that. You can just go and tie them. That's where they are in juju part is being involved. Not the juju to rescue us. Anything juju, we are not doing it for our own self. We are using it to lock those people there to favor us. I don't know if you are getting what I'm saying. So that is where the juju aspect is being involved. Maybe that, like, not juju, they are not doing the juju to protect themselves, to achieve the clients they are talking to themselves, so that they will not run, they will not block, they will not go. When I ask you money, you will give me. When I ask you only this, you will provide it for me. That is when I know you have the money, because you are not stupid. I will just be in with my ordinary eyes, just be asking for money, just be giving always. That is where grace speak. Maybe they will just be giving you. But it's get where you go reach, he not go give you again. Your update will become complicated to him. Like, these people they don't fraud me. So before you get that idea, our chairman, if he's the one auto is juju, because some believe on grace.
They work, depends. And what thing will make them work now based on your chairman. Your chairman, if you go that juju, then that baba will give them condition. And generally, as in the general condition they mostly give to all the chairman in this Ghana is that they should stay away from sex.
The chairman stay away from sex?
Yes. Yes. So that's how
Means that if your chairman have sex, the
thing will spoil. And they used to renew that juju. I think like I don't know, it's them that knows. But all I know is that they used to renew that juju. So once they tell them to stay away from sex, it's them that knows whether if they can do it or not. But most of the chairmen, they won't. And that is the reason why boys are not collecting money from the office. Like my chairman, he changed women like boxer.
I know why I go use juju. Only my chairman they bring something they can do juju things. Now you all be like soap, so I see water, soap. We bring and come out to the bar. I don't know whether you know this smallest thing. Baby, you're black. That charcoal me that they cook. All those aboki they warm.
Yes.
Yeah, this thing. All those small, they go pack up outside. Go put fire, smoke will be come out, cover all of us for inside.
No, cover all of them.
Yes, same way they tell us, same what we need. Tell the this what we need, say we need money, make clients. As we they born, make clients they accept us. As we they use the juju now, you know they work.
Leadership of the Nigerian community in Ghana are hopeful this menace will soon become a thing of the past.
We are planning to set up a tripartite or task force to clamp on those their masters, because it is these their masters that we think by the time we can be able to get some of them and we let the Lord deal with them, I think maybe that will reduce. Nigerians are doing more good than harm in Ghana. But one thing about life is that the negative news travel far, travel more than whatever good you are doing. If you see Ghana today, Nigeria are contributing to the GDP of Ghana. You cannot be overemphasized that in Ghana today, if you want to talk about foreigners who are doing great to the economy of Ghana, Nigeria will be number one. Count the industries, the corporate institutions, the banking sector, all of this, Nigerians are taking lead in those areas. But there is a saying in Ghana that in every house there will be a Mensa. So the issue is that the only news that is traveling far is the mention they are mentioning more than the good ones. If you want to see the quota of Nigeria, these people are just about 5% of Nigeria who are living in Ghana. But as you know, And they say the good ones, the evil men did. It's on brass, but the good ones will be on water.
The new administration is trying every effort to make sure that we curtail this situation and make sure that we probably put an end to it. We will discontinue these nefarious activities of our young ones, and with that's what we are going to put in place. Well, I'm very sure we'll go a long way to make sure that we control, not only control, finally, resolve the matter.
I think if there's a unity between all the communities of Nigeria in Ghana, Hausa, Yoruba, Arewa, and Igbo community, if you all come together as like we are having all Nigerian community ANC to see to this thing in one voice and to fight it together, it will go a long way to curb all these things. Because as we are all in Ghana, that is not our home. If any one of them, on one of those boys is caught, they will say Nigeria. So on that note, each community has to come on board in order to fight this, so we can have a good name for Nigeria in Ghana or in any other place.
Victory, Victor, and Austin have returned to Nigeria with the hope of living a better life, and they don't look forward to returning to Ghana anytime soon. All efforts to get more details of activities of these crime rings from the Ghana Police Service proved futile. A report by Dorcas Ankuma and Adiola Babatunde for GhanaWeb TV and My Nigeria.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers. Simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Are you still searching for the right platform to share your voice, thoughts, and feelings? Then the GhanaWeb Reporter on the GhanaWeb app is the perfect app for you. It is Ghana's only citizen journalism and infotainment platform. Wherever you are, whatever you are doing, GhanaWeb Reporter links you up to the world. The Reporter also gives you the opportunity to blog or become a citizen journalist, so you share stories with the rest of the world about cities, music genres, pop culture, tech, politics, etc. Download the GhanaWeb app from the Google Play Store or App Store on your smartphone and open it. Tap on the member button at the bottom of your screen and follow the easy steps to register with your phone number or email, and you are ready to become a reporter.
GhanaWeb Reporter, democratizing journalism and empowering content creators.
Luckiest, luckiest, luckiest. Luck is everywhere, for everyone, yeah. Luckiest star 712
How to play and win online. Step 1. Go to the URL or website www.theluckiestafrica.com. Step 2. Click on Ready to Play and register. Step 3. Fill out your valid details to register. Step 4. Enter and confirm the OTP sent to your email. Step 5. Purchase your ticket or generate a random ticket. Step 6. Enter the ticket amount you want to buy. Step 7. Follow the steps to buy tickets for yourself or someone. Step 8. Confirm your ticket and choose your payment option. Step 9. Follow the steps to make payment. Step 10. Verify your phone number. I am Mr. Good Luck and I'm on a mission to spread luck all around.
Baba, driver, bouncer, friends, teacher, banker. Star 712 hash. You could be the luckiest.
Is FDA approved.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Idea products not your makeup. I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. Who pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Kwanyet on, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. The proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
In the heart of Amaganya, along the Nkrankain Edukrom Road, lies a small obscure community near Nkrankain within the Yilokrobo municipality of the Eastern region. Here, a 27-year-old man dedicates his time, money, resources and energy to breathe life into innovations aimed at tackling the complex challenges afflicting Ghana's farming and tourism sectors. Kweku Sylvester, a welder with 5 years of experience, has evolved from crafting various hand-operated machines such as rice shellers, maize shellers, cassava milling machines, garri processing machines, oil processing machines, and more. His ambitions have now taken a remarkable turn as he aspires to produce aircraft and vehicles capable of accessing farmlands and tourism destinations in the most rugged terrains. In pursuit of this vision, he has already developed prototypes of a helicopter and several pickup trucks, one of which he has named Buffalo. This concept emerges as a response to the challenges faced by farmers when attempting to reach their farmlands for various agricultural activities. While the final refinement of these prototypes remain ongoing, Kweku Sylvester has already invested approximately 50,000 Ghana cedis in the Buffalo, 6,000 in the other pickup and 10,000 Ghana cedis in the helicopter. He anticipates that the cost of these prototypes would escalate considerably as he progresses. Upon their completion, these prototypes are envisioned to serve as invaluable farm machinery, offering the means to traverse rugged farm terrains, while the helicopter would facilitate tasks such as insecticide and weedicide spraying and firefighting on farms.
The name is Kweku Sylvester. How old are you?
27 years.
Okay, he's 27 years. Tell us, what work do you do? What are you? Or who are you? All right, so he's a welder and an artisan at the same time. So tell us about what exactly do you do in the shop?
Your machines, type of machines,
Okay, so he manufactures all kinds of machines, both initiatives that he takes himself or other existing machines that clients ask him to work on. Now, tell us about this vehicle that we are seeing. He says that his main motivation for undertaking this project is to demonstrate to the world that he can do anything apart from just the petty machines that we see in the shop. For how long have you been an artisan?
For 5 years now.
All right, so he says he's been an artisan for the past 5 years. Tell us about your educational background. Did you ask?
Yes, from one. So you are Nene here, Drum Kunimi, Lola Mabwani.
From one, that's in JHS1. Well, according to me, he attended school only up to the JHS1 level, and that he himself observed that he has some inner talents which he wants to explore. This vehicle, you say you manufactured it to show that you have other talents. What is the main purpose for manufacturing this event apart from the fact that you want to demonstrate your talents?
Okay. I like purpose can mohuli ke ina ya tourism no me ne ka hene lole kuno hene di maya ino le maya ni mo bule
so his main motivation is for the vehicle to be used for farm produce, farming activities, and tourism centers where the routes are rugged and other vehicles find difficult to go. So, how long did it take you to undertake this project?
7 months. 7 months.
All right. So you say it takes only 7 months. Would you say the car is complete as at now?
Pure for the drawing on it. It draw it being a temporary. It being a time.
According to him, he's still in the process of completing the work per the design that he put on paper. There are other parts of the vehicle that he still has to work on. What other parts are we looking at?
Guys bottle completely. Yes, guide name a guide on the door. Seat belt, lining of bucket.
So he mentioned the lining of the buckets, the dashboard, a guide to guide the passenger and the driver at the door, and some other interior decorations. But this particular vehicle, what are some of its features as at now?
Pure we are not any seat on me, engine on me, tires on me. And say pure many new lining inside or
yes. For now, he's completed the seats and the tires and other parts. Now, what challenges did you encounter or difficulties that you faced while doing this works?
Challenging the face or like woman bem minimal jinga peka ya mele say iyo le here na ni kanya ni otu iyo ne no na de ke bua ni la ma ke bua bito ke ga se mo ke ba stable family ke jo ke su bo ke wa ni bo da se ne ma chuni bo ni no ko ba no pa ga ni bo.
Yeah, so he said people along the line try to discourage him from undertaking these projects, and at points in time he also ran out of financial strength and he had to wait until he gets money to finance the continuation of the project. How much would you say it cost you so far?
50,000.
Okay, so he said this costing so far about 50,000 cedis to undertake the project. And the final design, or how much by the time you finish the entire vehicle, how much would it have cost you?
Lord, I be much on because you live in a spray, I'm here. You live in a line of second electrical side on there.
All right. So he said he's unable to tell the entire amount the vehicle will cost him. So, did you undertake this alone?
Oh, I say I can boys and
well, he did it alone, but with the support of his shop assistants. What are your plans for this? Is it something you are just doing one off, or do you have plans of manufacturing more of this? I mean, what are your plans?
We plan to be like more. Come on, one, if you know women, yes, you can know why you can take them out, you can go back that side. Minimum 1 million reach and name and I hear Nico and I'm working with one.
So he says he's also intending on manufacturing more farm machinery for use by farmers. But I want to know, are you looking at embarking on large scale production for the thousands of farmers we have in this country? Yes. Yes, so that's what he's saying, that he intends to manufacture this on a large scale. What are your plans in terms of generating funds for this large scale production? All right. So the purpose of manufacturing this is to showcase his talents to the whole world, that this is what he can do, and that support from the outside world will enable him to do more of this. By the time you finish with this manufacturing, are you going for Woodwood? Are you going to register it and start using it? What are you going to do? Well, so he's saying that he, after the works have been completed, will send this to the DBLA for further advice on his next line of action. There are a lot of car manufacturing companies around the world. Is any of them your role model in all of this? Do you look up to any of them?
Oh, so far, ne ibi no ibi no contact no direct when he support lo ibi no koninga no here imi che kiki finger paper I draw imi che ni design bininga la kina me draw ha my mo pin mo
well, he said though the number of these companies is not approaching any of them for either ideas or collaboration so far. So what name are you giving to this vehicle?
Bien makana biwa ilogo buffalo logo lo buffalo nikati lori okay ko hiya hemi ko mana kai represent buffalo him so bien makana from buffalo.
Well, so the name that it is given to the vehicle is Buffalo, which is his that's his logo. So the brand obviously is Buffalo. When you complete this particular one and anybody walked into your shop and request to buy it, are you going to sell it to the person?
Oh, maybe to allow because energy beginning and no I can support or lie on it. Say okay, look about him yeah.
Yeah, for this particular type, he's not ready to sell it for at any cost for now, because according to him, this is the innovation. What kind of engine does he use?
He use 207 5-cylinder.
Okay. So currently he's using the 207 Benz. Benz 207 engine for it. So tell us about your family life. All right. So he has a wife and one child. Right.
Twins.
Okay, a set of twins. Apart from this, what other machines do you manufacture?
Oh,
so you tell us the machines that you.
Machines in Nicola, here, no geo, no, Nipica, talent, no, pure.
Okay.
Say pure, no, pure, normally, cassava milling machine, garlic processing machine, oil processing machine, and espera machine, maize thresher, so type of machine.
All right. So according to you, it takes a lot of machines used by farmers, especially for milling their cassava and other produce. What appeal would you want to make to investors who may want to invest into your work?
And then in a day, if I'm just and then a bank on my bank, including government or individuals, and then a minor petaway, Rapetecone, Epenonwa,
So it's appealing to the government and all stakeholders and investors to come on board and support him to produce this on a large scale to support the farmers. Tell us about these machines and all the other machines in your shop and what they are used for.
I don't know what to feel. We work for commercial.
So this, according to me, is the fufu milling machine for commercial operators. Yes.
Rice.
Okay.
All
right. So this also used in the husking the
rice sheller.
Okay, rice sheller. All right. So we said this is the rice sheller for shelling the rice, right? Okay, and this.
This was cassava machines.
Okay, so these are cassava machines, cassava milling machine, right? Still under molding. They are still being molded. And this. Okay, so you said this. All right, you said this for shelling maize, so that's the maize sheller. All right, so if you can start it, so we see how it works. Tell us about the prices of the machines. So this goes for 5,000 cedis. That's the maize shelling machine. All right, maize sheller. Okay. The cassava go processor also goes for 5,000 when done. All right. And the rice sheller?
We finish is 7,000.
Right. The rice sheller, according to him, costs 7,000 cedis when completed. Okay. Yeah. So the full pony machine
is 2,600.
All right. He said that also goes for 2,600 cedis. All right. So can you demonstrate to us how the maize sheller works? Yes.
So before you start, you on the key. So when you on the key here, then you start it.
Do you have a lot of customers walking in and buy these items, these machines?
Yeah, I have customers.
Yeah, is the
customers used to buy it.
Would you say the sales are good? The sales, the people coming, the number of machines that you sell, would you say the sales are good?
All right. Notably, these vehicles are engineered and continuously developed by the innovator to be the next generation cross-country four-wheelers, endowed with the capability to traverse the most challenging terrains in farming and tourism communities. They are designed to meet the rigorous performance demands of these industries, combining high performance features, robust steel structures, dynamic handling, and accelerated mobility. The Buffalo prototype vehicle, currently powered by a Benz 207 engine, epitomizes this fusion of high performance, rugged reliability, and technical innovation.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers. Simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Are you still searching for the right platform to share your voice, thoughts, and feelings? Then the GhanaWeb Reporter on the GhanaWeb app is the perfect app for you. It is Ghana's only citizen journalism and infotainment platform. Wherever you are, whatever you are doing, GhanaWeb Reporter links you up to the world. The Reporter also gives you the opportunity to blog or become a citizen journalist, so you share stories with the rest of the world about cities, music genres, pop culture, tech, politics, etc. Download the GhanaWeb app from the Google Play Store or App Store on your smartphone and open it. Tap on the member button at the bottom of your screen and follow the easy steps to register with your phone number or email, and you are ready to become a reporter.
GhanaWeb Reporter, democratizing journalism and empowering content creators.
Luckiest, luckiest, luckiest. Luck is everywhere, for everyone, yeah. Luckiest. Stars, everyone to us.
How to play and win online. Step 1. Go to the URL or website www.theluckiestafrica.com. Step 2. Click on Ready to Play and register. Step 3. Fill out your valid details to register. Step 4. Enter and confirm the OTP sent to your email. Step 5. Purchase your ticket or generate a random ticket. Step 6. Enter the ticket amount you want to buy. Step 7. Follow the steps to buy tickets for yourself or someone. Step 8. Confirm your ticket and choose your payment option. Step 9. Follow the steps to make payment. Step 10. Verify your phone number. I am Mr. Good Luck, and I'm on a mission to spread luck all around.
Nurse, Baba, driver, bouncer, friends, teacher, banker. Star 712 hash. You could be the luckiest.
FDA approved.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes.
Okay.
But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Dear products na dear makeup. I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. Who pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and on you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Bramientra the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer in 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
The NDC MPP have taken over the neo-colonialist movement and they are practicing that. They are lording themselves over this nation. It's not a question of Samankra, it's a question of the timing.
Okay.
If what you are going through today, it's something that will still get you to have your vote on autopilot, then there's a problem with you.
Hi, good day and welcome to another edition of The Lowdown here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Daniel Ojo and as usual we'll bring you another exciting conversation. Today my guest is a man who is hoping that he will get the mandate of Ghanaians to become the next president of this country. In the last 40 plus years or so, or in the Fourth Republic of this country, we've not had a third force or an independent candidate make inroads as far as our elections are concerned. But he believes the time is ripe, and the failure of both the NPP and the NDC has set the tone for a new alternative. We'll discuss with him his plans for this country, especially the youth of this country, many of whom are leaving the shores of this country in droves. We'll also talk about who he is, where he grew up, and how Ghanaian he is. My name is Daniel Ojo. This promises to be an exciting conversation. Dr. Sam Ankra is my guest on today's edition of The Lowdown. Doc, thank you very much for your time. You claim you're going to be the next president of Ghana. Do you believe in that?
Absolutely.
You believe in that?
Absolutely. I mean, there's never been an opportunity like this for anybody. The current conditions, the current economic hardships the Ghanaians are going through, the experience we've had from one government to the other, clearly shows an indication for a change. And I believe that I present myself at this stage to Ghanaians as somebody who is willing to take up the reins and turn things around.
Right, right. It's quite interesting. So something happened when I was doing my research before this interview. As I was reading about your initial announcement, which was published online, and reading through it, and then I moved on to social media, and all of a sudden I see on my Facebook somebody called Sam John Ankra, and I was thinking, is it the same person? Do you have a John in your name? And that is my next question, whether you are the same person. If you are, do you have a John in your name?
Well, I don't have a John in my name.
Okay, so
my middle name is Sapon.
Sapon, okay.
Samuel Sapon Ankra. Middle name is Sapon. I don't have a John in my name.
Yeah.
But as you know, Johns have been synonymous to presidents in this country. So it could be somebody trying to be prophesied to the future and say, well, this is the next John. I don't know. But again, I have to be honest with you. I don't have John in my name at all.
All right. Let's start from trying to get to know you. Sam Ankra sounds very familiar. Are you related to Sam Crunchy Ankra? Because you have Sam and you have Ankra, even though you don't have the
he's a distant cousin.
He's a distant cousin?
Yes.
Oh, that's quite interesting.
Cousin, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Tell us about your childhood, your growing up. Did you live in Ghana? You know, the ordinary Joe will say you have a certain accent of sorts.
Okay, well, I was born in Kumasi. I mean, to be honest, I grew up in Kumasi. My mother is an educationist. My father was a mechanical engineer working for the railway at the time.
Okay.
I grew up in Kumasi. I went to primary school in a school in Kumasi called Martyrs of Uganda Preparatory School. In fact, I happened to be in the same house as the current CEO of MTN, Stella Madadivo.
All right.
We're in the same house. We used to run for our house in a primary school. I left Martyrs of Uganda to Opokwari Secondary School, again also in Kumasi. And then after 6 months, I left to England to University of London, Baby College.
Wow.
And the rest is history, as you can see, as they say.
How often have you come back home during your stay in London? Or
I used to come quite often,
Okay.
because I had my parents still here at the time. My mom was here, so I used to come in. Dad was here, so I used to come in and see them, and go back to England, and live there on my own to do my university, and then stay there to work, and move from England to different parts of the world, and basically I'm here now.
So you're an Ashanti? Are you an Ashanti or you live there?
My mom is Ashanti.
Okay.
My mom comes from Shesejumasi in Ashanti region, and as you know, Ghanaians were maternal to an extent, and the girls too are paternal, but whatever it is, I am Ghanaian, a full-blooded Ghanaian, yes.
Okay.
And,
a lot of the politicians have had the privilege of schooling or living in Europe or the Americas, and sometimes when they get the opportunity, we expect them to replicate some of the nice things that they've seen and experienced. We've not had that. What are the things that you experienced that you felt that the average Ghanaian should enjoy these things?
I mean, basic things in life has to be basic for everybody. We live in a posh splash area like here as you are, and we don't even have 24-hour water or power. This is not in the 21st century. I mean, I think there's a problem. how are we running our country? We calling ourselves a developing country. We are proud of that. With all the resources available to us, both human capital and natural resources, one would expect even for us to have much more better living conditions than elsewhere. And they have severe weather problems and so forth. We don't have that 24/7. The sun is on 24/7. The weather is great. I think we can do much, much more than what we are having at the moment.
Okay. You've, in your initial statement announcing your intentions to contest, there was something that jumped out at me. You mentioned that you are aware of the repercussions this would have on your business, on your family, and on your lifestyle. Since that announcement, have you seen any changes in your life?
Absolutely. I mean, it's expected. People have built empires in this crisis, in this mess, and they continue to do so. To come out from nowhere to stop the livelihood of certain people or to block certain things would not be easy. You have people who are entrenched into these political parties as well, and they have their very strong support. They won't allow a young man, so to speak, with an English accent or whatever accent you might call it, come in and would want to blow things apart and create a path for Ghanaians, and especially the youth. There are going to be sabotages here and there. They're going to be character assassination. They're going to be creating doubt in people's mind on who the persons you are. But these are expected. And we're ready. I didn't just decide to contest for this. There was a strong conviction that I have to do this. I believe it dawns on a generation to leave a legacy or leave for the other generation, and now is the time. I didn't expect this to be a very easy sell through. So I'm happy to put myself on the altar of sacrifice.
Yeah, that's what you said.
And help save this nation for this generation and the generation that's to come, so that posterity will look at me and judge me correctly.
Okay. You're looking at the man who is very, very firm in his conviction that he's going to be the next president of this country, with your mandate, with your support. Today, we try to get to know him a bit personally and try to appreciate what, if you like, grand ideas he has for the youth of this country and for the generality of Ghanaians. We understand that he grew up in Kumasi, went to Pokuai School, so the old students of Pokuai, I'm sure this is the time to back one of your own.
Akatechi, yes, you haven't had a president yet.
To be the next president of Ghana. We had a lot of lawyers being president, but he's a banker by
development economist and an investment banker.
Exactly. And we'll talk about that. The financial crisis, the collapse of the indigenous banks in Ghana, the COVID-19 that seemed to have swept through the profit and the growth of a lot of indigenous Ghanaian businesses is one that has been attributed to the current economic mess. First of all, what do you make of that banking cleanup and its attendant effect, and what many say that has contributed to the collapse of our economy?
I think, to be honest, the banking cleanup was very, very harsh. You don't do that to an economy, a fragile economy like ours, where employment is very difficult to come by. There's a huge informal sector of small businesses that require the services of these banks. And I think attacking and closing them for whatever reason, to be honest with you, from my point of view and from my professional point of view, was wrong. This is not the first time said things that happen in any part of the world. America had even gone through similar experiences, but they tend to save the banks by tiering them. Tier 1 banks, tier 2 banks, up to the big banks. You have traders that could walk into UT Bank and just get a facility within 24 hours because they have staff at the port. You can't do similar in Stanchart or Stanbic Bank. So they have a niche they were looking after. Then again, livelihoods were at stake. You have Indium opening banks every corner in the country. So if you had sense or source a potential threat, or there's a problem, or you see from the, what do you call it, compliance point of view, there are irregularities, you cut a line between the business and the criminal aspects. you deal with the criminal aspect, and then you let the business function, because the business was serving a purpose. Banking is a great factor, economic factor in any in any country. So you have to be they are sensitive, and you don't just attack them based on hearsay or irregularities. Like I said, there has to be a clear distinction between the business and the crime.
Okay.
And shutting them down, the crime has still not yielded to anybody being arrested or anybody apprehended for whatever they've done, apart from one isolated case, Atuesian apparently, who happens to be in. But what I'm saying is, I think a bit more human face could have been put on it, and there should have been a clear distinction between the crime and also the business, judging what services it was providing to the economy and their contribution to the economy as a whole.
Okay, we'll come to what you intend to do when you are elected as president, and before then your plans and your big ideas. But traditionally, it would be easier to join any of the two big political parties. You are from Ashanti, NPP is very big there. Their World Bank, etc., etc. Were you never tempted to join either the MPP or the NDC, go through the ranks, go through parliament, become a minister, and then, because you look like a relatively young man, you have a lot of years ahead of you.
Very young man. but then again, that's a challenge with our part of the world. In anywhere in the world, Obama was the president when he was in the 40s.
Right.
This is the right age to think well, appoint the right people to develop a nation. So I think we don't wait for people to, I would say, retire before you bring them from retire age to come and do what. Okay. I believe we need to start looking seriously in appointing and getting the right caliber young people, very industrious, very sharp in their thinking now to run nations. Talking about joining the political parties, to be honest, we're running a separate campaign.
Okay.
What I'm saying is the systems we have now has become dysfunctional.
Okay.
In fact, the parties itself has become contaminated centers and is breeding the wrong people to lead this nation. Okay. And that is why I didn't even opt to start a political party, but to have a movement and go independent, devoid of any of those nuances and so forth and so on. If people are paying as high as 100,000 Ghana cedis just to be shortlisted to be a party's candidate before they even contest, where is the money coming from and how are they going to pay it back? So you see that when they get to power, the first year or the first 2 years, how do we recoup the money we've invested? These are investments, they want it back with interest. The next year is, how do we make money for ourselves and our immediate families and friends? Then the other year is, how do we win the next elections?
That's the cycle.
Exactly. The Ghanaian is not being taught after. It's just them and the cabal that wins elections. That is why it's become like a war now, because people have invested heavily. A lot is at stake. You hear the former president saying this is what do you call it, a life and death, yeah, or die be die. The aggressiveness and the desperation to win this political power because of what has been invested. This is not right. We can't continue this way. So I personally believe even the current structure itself is not helping our economic growth.
Okay.
So I'm coming out as an independent candidate, devoid of any of these encumbrances, take over the country, break the systems, and rebuild them.
Okay.
That is the objective, and that is the vision.
Okay.
So that we can have a fair system that would elect leaders and run a country and a government that would benefit people as low as the grassroots.
Okay. You would know that this has never happened in the Fourth Republic. We've not had a third force. We've not had an independent candidate who's made a major breakthrough in this duopoly that we have with the NPP and NDC. Are you convinced that the Ghanaian voter now will look at a third force?
Absolutely. It's the time. It's not a question of Samankra. It's a question of the timing.
Okay.
If what you are going through today, it's something that will still get you to have your vote on autopilot, then there's a problem with you.
Okay.
Einstein said something very profound, and I keep repeating that on platforms. It's only an insane person that keeps doing the same old thing over and over again and expecting a change.
Okay.
We've done it for the last 30, 40 years. Our circumstances hasn't changed. I traveled to Damango to campaign recently, and I had a very sad story. I like talking to old ladies because of my mom was in his 80s, so when I see old women, everybody's my mother. And the woman approached me, young man, you're speaking very nicely. You are saying all the right things. But guess what? You see that pond there? That is where the wildlife drink from. The elephants and all the wildlife. The cow go there and drink, the horses. And we also drink from there. And this has been going time immemorial. Politics had not had any effect in our circumstances. We only see them maybe a month before the election or during the election period with T-shirts and 50 cities and so forth. And that is the only time we realize the benefit of politics. How different are you going to be? How are we going to receive it? This is how sad it is in our situation in our country. So we need to make sure that politics as is meant to be is to change the lifestyles of our people. Bring people from where they are into better living conditions. And if you have done that over the last 30, 40 years, and you haven't seen that, and you're still keeping that, then I think you have a problem. So I'm challenging Ghanaians. If you're indeed looking for a change in this country, if you want to make sure that your life is affected by political decisions, then vote differently 2024. If you read a book by Greg Mills, Why Africa is Poor, he made a very profound statement, and he said, Africa is poor not because of aid per se. It's not because our people are lazy or any of that sort. It's because our leaders have made choices that have put us in this position. This is what we need to correct. And that is why I'm calling on us, a clarion call to every Ghanaian that hears my voice, that the time has come for us to start thinking differently and doing things differently.
Okay. So, speaking like the next president indeed, and their slogans are very big in our part of the world. We'll go for our first break. When we return, I'll ask him what his big slogan is. The NDC's presidential candidate, John Mahama, says is doing a 24-hour economy. It's, if you like, stirring a lot of debate. And then the vice president, who is contesting on the ticket of the NPP, says is the digitalization man. Is pushing the agenda of digitalizing every aspect of our lives. He says that is what's going to reduce corruption in our country, and that is his big idea. So we'll ask Dr. Samankra what his big slogan is, if at all he has one, when we return from this break. Stay with us, we're back after this break.
Is FDA approved.
Welcome back from the break. This is still the lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Daniel Ojo. Today we're having a very interesting conversation with Dr. Sam Ankra, the man who believes he's the next president of Ghana. You've heard him across media platforms, but today we try and know him a bit up close and personal, and what his big ideas for Ghana is, especially the youth of this country. He stayed in the UK, school there. We'll see some of the things he can import to this country to make the lives of Ghanaians better. Seeing as a lot of Ghanaian youth are leaving the shores of this country to that part of the world or to advanced countries. Doc, so you say this is a movement, alternative
force for action.
For action.
Yes, AFA.
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 AFA. Oh, okay. So it's AFA.
Yes.
Oh, great. So, do you have offices across the country? Are people going to contest on your movements for parliament, etc.? Because you need parliament to be able to govern. If you are elected, the constitution says the majority of your ministers must come from parliament. And all of these things, are they not going to be bottlenecks for you?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. We're building from every polling station in this country.
Okay.
Our presence are felt from every polling stations. We're going to field an independent candidates across the nation. But worst case scenario, if we don't get the numbers in parliament, this is going to be a people's government.
Okay.
So anybody with the intention of sitting in parliament to sabotage our projects would be exposed. When we put the policies and the programs that we want to put in place to affect the lifestyle of Ghanaians, and somebody sits in parliament to sabotage us, we will go and hold town hall meetings in your constituency, telling your people exactly the benefits of these policies and programs that we're putting in place and why their candidate who they've chosen sits in parliament and wants to sabotage it. So people are going to sit right, because if you don't sit right, you get back and they've taken you off and replaced it with somebody else.
Okay.
So this is how we're going to run this administration. We're talking about only 20 ministers, not more than that.
You're going to have only 20 ministers?
Absolutely, 20 ministers, no regional ministers. We'll make sure DCs are elected. So what the intent is to make sure that politics is felt at the grassroots. At the moment, it's not. And people are not feeling, they are not benefiting. So we want to make sure that the DCEs would run their districts under a local government ministry and the rural development ministry, which will take care of all the DCEs across the nation, minus regional ministers. So we're looking for only 20 solid ministers to run this nation. Our government budget is huge and it's not sustainable. UK, with a population of about 65 million, has only about 350,000 people on their payroll. Ghana, with only 31 million, has over 1 million people on our payroll. And the shenanigans of sitting allowances and pedimes and land cruisers and chef pays and all these things are huge and it's not sustainable. We need to cut the government size drastically. We intend to do so minimum by 50%. And basically, there are other programs that we have in place when we get there, which I'll talk to you about. But in answer to the parliament issue, we've got it all covered and discussed. This plan is well thought through, well think tanked and strategized. And that is why I can confidently sit here with you and say, given the nod, we will turn this country around in the shortest possible time.
I like the way you speak, but what do you say to the critics who say, Doc, he's going to live abroad, he's made some money, this is an easy road to become popular, and in the end, he probably will join one of the political parties, and he's not going to see and follow it through. How do you answer to such critics?
Our manifesto.
Is this an egoistic trip?
I mean, first of all, before you even make such statements, you need to make a background search of who this guy is and why he's even doing this. I am strongly convicted for the love of people and to make sure that the lifestyles of our people change. I cannot fathom, with all the successes we're building individually, if we don't come together to build our nation, then we failed as people. You sit in meetings and it goes, oh, you're from Ghana. Oh, they signed that deal. Ghana has 35% inflation and all this. It's pathetic with the background that we come from. So clearly, it's more being patriotic, more being selfless, thinking about my neighbor and making sure that our Ghanaian people at least deserve much better than what they're having at the moment. So these are the reasons that are motivating me to dump on the line, put myself on the altar of sacrifice and do this. I can stay in my corner and enjoy a little bit of life and luxury and not do this, but I've decided to put myself in here. As you rightly said, the sabotages, the character assassinations, the death they throw at you, all just because I believe, like a messiah, I have come to save this nation.
You say your movement is pushing for a second independence for this country.
Yes.
So what, the 66 or so years that we have had independence is not proper independence?
Absolutely. The NDC MPP have taken over the neo-colonialist movement and they are practicing that. They are lording themselves over this nation. Leadership, as I know, is not ruling. It's serving. The impact you make as a leader is what gets you the recognition and the respect. Not loading yourself and having bodyguards and land cruisers and private jets and all this that would let people give you the recognition. What impact has these parties given to this country? What has changed? So we're calling for a second independence. We're still cutting timber in the bushes. As heavy as they are, drive them, destroy roads we've invested millions into our ports, export it and bring it back 3,000% high cost. We are exporting raw gold, not refining any, bringing it back in at a higher cost. We are importing intestines, toothpicks. We don't have an economy. So what has that done for you, my friend? Let's sit down and think as people, critically, assess the situation, and make very important decisions, because this political symbols and party colors would not get us in prosperity. It requires skillful Ghanaians to be able to turn things around. And that is why I've made myself available for the nation to turn this around.
For the second independence.
For the second independence.
Wow. So you are going to be the next Nkrumah of sorts.
Absolutely, Nkrumah reincarnated.
You're still listening to Dr. Samankra. Very, very exciting conversation we're having. And we promised to give a platform to, if you like, the not traditional political parties, so that we would have alternatives to choose from. The Ghanaian would have alternatives to choose from. Doc, tell us about your big ideas. Speak good English and everything, but the Ghanaian wants to know, how do I benefit? This grammar is not what is going to put food on the table of the Ghanaian.
I know.
What are your big ideas? And like I mentioned before the break, the ex-president says that he's learned his lessons. He's coming with a 24-hour economy. The vice president says digitalization that's going to eliminate the human factor and cut out corruption. What do you bring to the table?
All this is very good. And again, I don't blame Ghanaians for not just listening to rhetoric.
Yeah.
The Brits has a saying, if you can't bend it, you can't break it. The track record of individuals has to be start looking at critically, scrutinized. If people haven't run, let's say, a 1 million, 2 million budget, and you give them a 79 billion economy, and they don't have the right people around them, you are subject to fail. I come across to the table with a proven track record, practical work, not theoretical, in the field, across emerging markets, resuscitating dead businesses, mergers and acquisition to revive them, lending money, raising capital for projects and services. I've set up funds that had fund social impact projects. So I am not just a novice. I'm not just somebody who is feeling egoistic to contest for the post. I feel I have the potential and the capability to turn things around. And that is why I'm making this decision to contest. So what are our policies? There's a simple philosophy in every aspect of our lives, even for a little home, to a single man living in the corner, or to a little security guard earning peanuts. You do not spend what you don't have. You cut your coat according to your size.
Okay.
Our government expenditure is not sustainable. We're spending too much more than we are earning, and that is not prudent in economics. So we will cut waste and cost of government, as like I said, minimum 50%.
So your initial, when you win power, that's one of the main targets.
One of my main target, cost of government, we'll cast it. Reduce government size drastically, like I said, 20 ministers and we'll cut across. We will offload the idle private sector. Here we are, we have government corporations sitting idle, and we go to the capital markets and borrow money to pay salaries, recurring expenditures. My brother, what economy are we building? It's not done anywhere. It's not acceptable. So again, we will offload all these idle SOEs into the private sector, make sure that the private people that have the capability, the know-how, and the resources will take over, expand this business, and employ Ghanaians. There's a huge unemployment problem in our country. We have more than 100,000 Ghanaian students coming out of universities on a yearly basis. We have about 1 million who comes out after 18, not in employment, not in training, not in any sort of education. How do we sustain this? Create incubation centers across the country. Make sure you bring apprenticeship programs. We have lawyers, we have doctors, we have quantity surveyors, we have architects, we have accountants. All these groups place these young people to understudy them, apprenticeship, Government pay the salaries of the young people whilst they are there. Give them 5, 6, 7 years. Let them graduate. Let them set their own. Place more people with them. You mutate, and then you realize you are creating employment across the process. Not just putting people somewhere on a 9-month program and a NACOB or you start that would give them a skill to get his employment. Proper employment, apprenticeship. And again, you mentioned brain drain. The Ghanaians teachers are well sought after, even in England. Why are we not taking advantage? Train a lot more teachers. Take them out of the country for foreign exchange. Train more nurses. Again, Ghanaian nurses are sought after in Europe and America and in Canada. Train them, push them there, get returns for it. And I was even told recently, Ghana military are well sought after by the United Nations peacekeeping. Why do we put quota on our military intake? We would want to increase as high as 100 to 150%. Put more, and people haven't got jobs. Let them go and train as military. Give them to the United Nations for peacekeeping around the world. Let's have proper thinking and deliberate policies that would turn the lifestyles of our youth around. There's no youth policy. No youth policy whatsoever. Why is that so? So right from birth to the time they are 18 before they get an employment, our administration, and before even we go and contest, we're bringing a youth policy that will take care of every Ghanaian from birth to the age of 18. And when we adore these products, and we call our manifesto a contract with Ghanaians.
A contract?
Yes, we're signing a contract with Ghanaians.
So when you don't fulfill it, there's a breach of contract?
There's a breach of contract, and I can be held responsible for it. So we are saying we're going to sign contract with Ghanaians, bring out our policies that we want to change, to bring to effect change in this country once and for all.
What about the other sectors? So usually when we do this with politicians, they look at the political angle. There are creative arts industry in this country. There's a sports art and the sports people who are in sports. Sports is a big business in England.
Absolutely.
One of the big revenues for the country.
We've got all covered. I mean, Jamaica is just living on sports.
Right.
Bring these templates. And again, Jamaicans are more or less Ghanaians. They all left the shores. So how can they be using sports to turn the economy around, and we're sitting here and look at our sports? It's dead. So let's bring the success templates across the world and adopt it in our country. So we want to make sure we put a lot of investment into sports so that it become a mainstay in our economy as well. We're looking at our health service. Everybody loves Ghana. It's a very good environment. The people are hospitable, and all of those. Why Ghana is not a medical tourism center, I don't even know. We have people flying to as far as England and USA for treatment. Create deliberate policies where businesses will find attractive to set up these medical centers in Ghana so that we can take care of that. So we have an elaborate, detailed policy, like I said, radical policies that when we start rolling out and when people hear, they will see there's a real alternative for them to make a choice for.
Is it not easier said than done? I remember one of the criticism of the former president, John Mahama, and recently he's been saying, he told someone, you've never been president before and you criticized me, and now you are in power. You know how difficult it is. Maybe from the outside looking in, it looks very easy. I mean, but when you go, maybe the realities will hit you, and you may have to backtrack. President Kufuor actually did the same thing, had to apologize that he didn't appreciate the work that being president comes with.
I appreciate very well what our predecessors have done.
Yeah.
And I give them absolute respect and recognition for that. However, you got to look at the track record of who you are talking to.
Okay. So we should just trust you.
Like I'm saying, if you can't bend it, you can't break it. I don't just appear based on rhetoric. In politics, anybody can talk their way up.
Yeah.
In business, when you are waking up to make sure that you have staffs to pay, more than 100 people on a payroll, it's not about how articulate you talk or how you bring out words. It's practical work that has to show for. You're talking to somebody that has 10 dead corporations to build multi-billion turnover economies. So please, let's not cage everybody into the same box.
Okay.
Let's be a little bit discerning, if not researching, to understand who we're dealing with in the first place.
Okay. Quite revealing on this program. We would end part 1 of our interview here, and then we would bring you a part 2 where we would ask him particular questions on what's happening in the economy. What are his opinion on the conversation around lithium mining and the agreements the country has signed? What does he think about the OSP's fight against corruption and the OSP's cries that the court or the judiciary seem to be working against him, and other sectors of the economy will all be included in part 2 of our interview. Thank you for watching. We will be back with part 2 of the interview. We hope you enjoyed the part 1 and look forward to the part 2.
The evangelist Patricia former Odro Sisia or Mrs. Sisia.
Under this bill to serve sentences when they become law. As such, the bills contravene the stipulations of Article 108 of the Constitution, which the conditions under which private members' bills can be introduced. These bills fall under the purview of sub-clauses Roman 2 and Roman 3 of Clause A of Article 108 of the Constitution. This provision is corroborated further by the Attorney General's opinion stated above. Additionally, subsection 1 of Section 100 of the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 921, mandates that any legislation presented to Parliament or submitted for approval must be accompanied by a fiscal impact analysis. Section 100 of Act 921 provides as follows. 1. Any legislation to be laid before Parliament or to be submitted for the approval of Parliament shall be accompanied by a fiscal impact analysis stating the estimated effect on revenues and expenditures during the financial year in which the legislation or proposal is expected to come into effect. 2. The fiscal impact analysis shall be prepared and submitted in accordance with the regulations. The adherence to the above provision of Act 921 would have provided a comprehensive fiscal impact analysis of the bills. This crucial information would have assisted Parliament in ascertaining the financial implications of public funds, thereby facilitating decision on the appropriateness of introducing the bills as private members' bills. Conclusion. In conclusion, upon a thorough review of the relevant constitutional and legislative frameworks, specifically Article 108 of the Constitution and Section 100 of the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 921, it is evident that the bills introduced as private members' bills by the Honourable Member of Parliament for Madina Constituency, Francis Xavier Kujosusu, do not conform with the provisions of the Constitution. These bills, which abolish the statutory death penalty and criminalize the activities of witch doctors or witch finders, entail substantial financial obligations on the Consolidated Fund and other public funds of Ghana due to the projected costs related to imprisonment, sustenance, and healthcare for those who will be convicted under the bills when they become law. Therefore, in light of this significant fiscal impact, these bills should not have been introduced without prior fiscal impact analysis, nor without my initiation or on my behalf. The absence of such an analysis precludes these bills from being properly classified as private members' bills. The legislative power entrusted to Parliament comes with the responsibility to ensure that all enacted laws comply with the provisions safeguarding the nation's fiscal integrity and upholding the principles of governance. Mr. Speaker, it is for the above reasons that I, in preserving the sanctity of the legislative process, refused to assent to the bills. I take this opportunity to reiterate my support for the contents of the bills and my intention for them to be reintroduced in Parliament on my behalf in due course. Yours sincerely, Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo. Honorable members, I definitely, totally, vehemently disagree with the position taken by the President. The President has got it tragically wrong. And I will submit in the form of a statement under Article 53 my position in this matter. Members of the House to make comments so that we can take a clear position in this matter. And I will do so during the course of this week. The President has not been properly advised, and the President has not been properly informed of the processes these bills have gone through. So I will submit a detailed write-up on it for members to make their comments. But I'm very clear that this message and the contents are irregular, wrongful, and unconstitutional. The responsibility to decide whether a bill should come on the private member or not rests on the person presiding. The procedure in the Act clearly states what the President is expected to do when a bill passed by Parliament and is referred to the President, and the President refuses to assent to the bill. The provisions are clear as to what the President should do. It's not for the President to decide on the constitutionality or otherwise of a bill that has been presented and considered by Parliament. Read the Act and the clauses of the Constitution. Definitely, this power of Parliament will not be taken away by any executive authority. I will submit a write-up on this matter, and members will be given the opportunity to make their comments, and we'll take it from there. Truly, the President invited me to discuss this matter, and when he raised this, I told him that I completely disagree with him, and I gave my reasons. He disagreed with me, and he proceeded to submit. And as he holds my views, and this process will have to be gone through, we cannot backslide by somebody's understanding of what the Constitution says without basis, no facts. I said he's not been properly briefed because we went through all the processes he's mentioning. Please, when I submit my statement, you will be permitted to make your comments. As at now, I'm just to read it for you and then indicate, or to use the constitutional term, signify my position on the matter, which I have done. And so I'll come back with a full statement, and I said in the form of a statement, Article 53, and then the whole House will give the opportunity to make comments on it. With this, we'll move on. Honorable members, item 4, correction of votes and proceedings and official report. Majority Leader, you caught my eye, but I don't think I will permit you to make comments now. When I submit my statement, you will be given the opportunity to make comments.
Speaker, you don't even know what I'm going to say. And then you are saying to me that preemptively that you are not going to allow me to make any statements. You don't even know what I'm going to say.
Majority Leader, you are not the first timer in this House.
I know.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm not the first speaker.
Yes.
Please resume your seat.
Mr. Speaker,
votes and proceedings of Saturday, 16th December 2023, page 1.
What is this preemptive strike on
page 2?
The Speaker, the Majority Leader. What is this?
Page 3.
Parliament. What is this that you are seeing in Ghana Parliament?
Page 4.
What is this?
Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Honorable members, in the absence of any corrections, the votes and proceedings of the 33rd sitting, dated Saturday, 16 December 2023, are adopted as a true record of proceedings. I have no copy of the official report. And so we proceed to item 5, questions. Yes, Honorable Member.
Right, Mr. Speaker, please, respectfully, we have 2 votes and proceedings. That of Saturday has been submitted to us. We've only worked on Friday, so Saturday is outstanding.
Well, I have only one, which is Saturday, 16 December. That is what I read. I'm told Friday was corrected on Saturday. Yes, so it is Saturday that I read. Honorable members, we have one urgent question. One urgent question who stands in the name of the Honourable Member for South Tong, Honourable Corbina Mensah Woyomi, and to the Minister for Food and Agriculture. The Minister may take his seat. Honourable members, I neither see the minister nor the member who has proposed to ask the question. So we will stand that down and move on to item 6. Which is also questions. Yes, Majority Leader.
Speaker, the Minister for Food and Agriculture has had to respond to an emergency, and so is unavoidably absent, and is signaled for us to take his questions to Wednesday for him. The Attorney General is also coming from the University of Ghana Medical Center. He's not yet in. In the meanwhile, the reports that are ready are being printed at the printing room there. Mr. Speaker, so in the event, I want to propose that we suspend sitting for between 45 minutes and 1 hour to enable as many of the reports to come from the printing room, and then we can deal with them. And I guess by the time the Attorney General will also be here to respond to the questions. If we can suspend for 1 hour.
Yes, minority from bench.
Mr. Speaker, it is very, very disappointing once again. We have few days to go on adjournment. The government side in this house is unable to constitute reasonable business for us to do. And Mr. Speaker, you will see this same side compelling members to work beyond reasonable time from Wednesday, pushing us to work from at midnight and others. Mr. Speaker, this is not fair. If they are no longer interested in being government, they can resign. They can resign even today. Yes. You can't compel members of parliament to come to work even on Saturday. And when we come to work on Monday, you have no business for us. What were you elected to do? To look into the air? Mr. Speaker, this is unprecedented, and this is unprecedented. We can't take this any longer. And Mr. Speaker, we are serving notice. On Friday, nobody in this house will be compelled to work towards 12 midnight. We shall close within reasonable time. Whatever business we do, we'll take the appropriation bill before 12 midnight and close. And close, Mr. Speaker. This is not right, Mr. Speaker. But since they don't have any business, and he said we should suspend for 1 hour, we don't have any business to do. The private things we can do, which is the private business that we have done, the president has come to say that he doesn't like it. So what else are we supposed to do? What else are we supposed to do, Mr. Speaker? You don't have business. When we do our private business, you say you don't like it. What do you want us to do, Mr. Speaker? Well, Mr. Speaker, they say they don't have anything to do. We should suspend for 1 hour. We don't have anything to do. No, we don't have any enforcement.
Hello, Honorable Mama Yaga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Given that they don't have business, we have business. Yeah, we have business. Mr. Speaker, I want to seek your leave pursuant to Order 72 to raise a matter of urgent public importance. and then to request this Parliament to take action on the matter under another law that gives us the authority to take action in such circumstances, even though you may have to give clarity on how we take such an action. So, Speaker, this morning...
Honourable Member, you haven't submitted the terms of any such proposed statement to me. I haven't received any such lesson from you. So,
Mr. Speaker, my understanding is that my leaders got to you on the matter, and you gave approval that I could raise the issue. Mr. Speaker, I do understand that pursuant to Order 72, that I should give you a copy. Which copy is on the way to the chamber, Mr. Speaker? Which copy is on the way to the chamber? Mr. Speaker, a copy was brought, but it wasn't written the way that I wanted. So I have a copy, but I don't want to submit this one. So I edited it and asked my PA to print it again and bring it. I was hoping that by the time we got to statement, I would have been able to hand it to you. Mr. Speaker, as you can see, the copy has actually arrived. The copy has arrived, and I will share copies with the
Honourable Member.
Yes.
Yes, at the pre-sitting meeting, your leader, the minority leader, indicated that you intend to make a statement under Order 72. But I hadn't received the terms of the statement. And so I couldn't say that I will permit you to make the statement. I couldn't say I will not permit you to make the statement. So until I receive it and go through it, I will not be able to permit you to make the statement. Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. So a while ago, my good friend, Deputy Whip, made a number of statements. And I think my colleague made a number of statements. For the records, it's important we correct those statements. Speaker, my friend, as affectionately called, knows how hard working both of us have been all this while, especially when it comes to getting reports ready for motions to be taken. I'm surprised the statement he made that we are not ready to prosecute government business. Speaker, asked him where he was on Saturday. Saturday, when we were here prosecuting government business, and Saturday, for information, we took 6 motions on estimates. You were holidaying in Ho, only for you to rush to the chamber this morning and say that we are not committed to prosecute government business. He knows, even when the reports are ready. Even when the reports are ready to receive the signatures of the chairman, more often than not, the Honorable Ablaka will bear me out. When I was chair, he was ranking. He would insist, and ranking members insist, we want to peruse the report, which is fair. So in this instance, I think you've misfired. The ranking members also have a role to play. And this is Parliament that is made up of two sides of the house. You have the role to play. What have you been telling your ranking members? So now, for his information, he hasn't been to the printing room. I have been to the printing room all day. Ask him how many reports are ready. He doesn't know. He doesn't even know. So I want to plead with you. Yes, and so we don't have a direct control when the reports are ready, when the reports are completed. What we can do
The NDC MPP have taken over the neo-colonialist movement, and they are practicing that. They are lording themselves over this nation.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I don't make one kasa.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers. Simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Are you still searching for the right platform to share your voice, thoughts, and feelings? Then the GhanaWeb Reporter on the GhanaWeb app is the perfect app for you. It is Ghana's only citizen journalism and infotainment platform. Wherever you are, whatever you are doing, GhanaWeb Reporter links you up to the world. The Reporter also gives you the opportunity to blog or become a citizen journalist, so you share stories with the rest of the world about cities, music genres, pop culture, tech, politics, etc. Download the GhanaWeb app from the Google Play Store or App Store on your smartphone and open it. Tap on the member button at the bottom of your screen and follow the easy steps to register with your phone number or email, and you are ready to become a reporter.
GhanaWeb Reporter, democratizing journalism and empowering content creators.
Luckiest, luckiest, luckiest. Luck is everywhere, for everyone, yeah. Luckiest. Star 712.
How to play and win online. Step 1. Go to the URL or website www.theluckiestafrica.com. Step 2. Click on Ready to Play and register. Step 3. Fill out your valid details to register. Step 4. Enter and confirm the OTP sent to your email. Step 5. Purchase your ticket or generate a random ticket. Step 6. Enter the ticket amount you want to buy. Step 7. Follow the steps to buy tickets for yourself or someone. Step 8. Confirm your ticket and choose your payment option. Step 9. Follow the steps to make payment. Step 10. Verify your phone number. I am Mr. Good Luck, and I'm on a mission to spread luck all around.
Nurse, Papa, driver, bouncer, friends, teacher, banker. Star 712 hash. You could be the
FDA approved.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380
yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
you have to do 2 every
week. week. Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Idea Products Nadia Makeup. I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. Who pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards. Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Kwanyet on. You name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. The proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Currently, as we speak, there are about 180 persons on death row, and they are all there because of murder. Yes. So if you amend the Criminal Offences Act, at least that would cover murder.
Welcome to Legal Agenda. My name is Matilda Boatenati, and today we are looking at the general human rights issues in the country. I have with me here Genevieve Patterson, who is the Country Director for Amnesty International Ghana, to help us discuss this. You are welcome, Madam Genevieve.
Thank you so much, Matilda.
First of all, I will congratulate you for helping Ghana, your continuous call for the abolishment of death penalty, making Ghana the 29th in Africa. Yes. Can you throw more light on this and how you were able to make this come to pass?
Yes, so thank you so much for congratulating us. In fact, it was a group effort. Okay. We had a coalition of CSOs and other partners who believed in the abolition of the death penalty. It's been something that Amnesty International has been doing for years now. We've been fighting for the abolition of the death penalty. So at the beginning, based on recommendations from the Constitution Review Commission, which was in 2011. They met in 2011, I believe, and they made some recommendations. They recommended that within the 1992 Constitution, we should change the death penalty to life imprisonment. And we all know through that recommendation, a referendum would have to be done.
Definitely.
But referendums are expensive. I mean, let's not, dilly-dally about it. It's something that will be very expensive for our country. Back then in 2011, 2012, although these recommendations came up, it would be very difficult for our country to do a referendum. So based on that, we really had to look back at things and re-strategize. And that is where we went into a consultation process with one lawyer called Lawyer Martin Pebu. And I mean, he's a very smart gentleman, and he brought up a very strategic idea of just amending the Criminal Offences Act. And once we amend the Criminal Offences Act, we'll be able to at least abolish the death penalty to some extent. Because currently, as we speak, there are about 180 persons on death row, and they are all there because of murder. So if you amend the Criminal Offences Act, at least that would cover murder. So, that started a consultative process, and that's when Honorable Francis Xavier Sosu also came on board, the MP for Medina. Yes, he's a human rights activist as well, and also a lawyer. So at the time we were consulting with him, he wasn't an MP, he was just a lawyer, human rights lawyer, and an aspiring MP. So through that, he also said, okay, why don't we present it as a private member's bill? And it was through that we began the whole campaigning and, very pushy with media engagement and all those things. And I must say, yes, Amnesty spearheaded this, but there was still so much support from key government officials, from CSOs and things like that. And I'm happy that at least once the consultative process began and we were able to place the bill in Parliament. Now, you'd be surprised, this just happened last year. So within 1 year, although it took a lot of years of campaigning and strategic meetings, we've been able to achieve something great in Ghana's history. And even after they voted in favor of amending the Criminal Offences Bill and the Armed Forces Act, because that also came later on, through that, after they did that, the president actually assented to it within a week. The president signed the bill into law. So I think that is a great achievement for Ghana, something that we are extremely proud of. And as a people, we should be proud of this. Yes.
So do you see some challenges, or have you identified some human rights challenges in the country, in Ghana specifically?
Oh, absolutely. Amnesty International, every year, we come out with a human rights report. And that human rights report talks about the key abuses, human rights abuse across the world. And with Ghana, there are very specific ones. There's been an increase in police brutality. We all know that. There's also been an increase in, the rights for freedom of expression. Journalists are being attacked, not just on social media, but physically. And, there's a lot of discrimination on marginalized groups. And when I talk about marginalized groups, we're talking about women, children, and then the LGBTI community. All that, yes, our human rights record is not exactly great. And then, of course, we have to talk about witchcraft accusations as well. This is something that is very serious within, human rights abuses in Ghana. There's not a day goes by that we don't hear about an older lady being accused of a witch and being lynched in public. So Amnesty, we are trying our best to do a lot of public education on these issues. And then there's the issue of forced evictions. We used to work a lot on forced evictions as well. So all these things, yes, Ghana, we're making progress, but there are definitely some specific human rights abuses that we need to do more.
You were specific on some of the challenges.
Yes.
So let's discuss this media freedom.
Yes.
The free speech of the journalists and what's happening to them. We
Yes.
heard about the allegedly NDP
Yes.
tags who went to UTV to attack them.
Yes.
So we've not heard from you on
Yes.
it. What is Amnesty International?
Well, I mean, we definitely condemn any type of physical violence. It doesn't matter the provocation or you can't justify violence, okay? So Amnesty International, we protect the rights of everyone, and we definitely condemn violence in any form because it's inhuman and it's intolerable. Normally we don't, there's so many, the thing is there are just so many human rights abuses and issues that come up in Ghana, and we can't comment on everything. Otherwise, then it becomes sort of reactive, monotonous within the media space. What we try and do is that, yes, we come out and condemn certain issues, and then others, we do a lot of backdoor work, do some research, background checks, and then try and see, okay, how are we able to shape this and do something that will impact the society positively? So it takes research, it takes consultation with, you know, the parties involved, and then how best we can also support whichever victim of abuse, and you know, so it's a lot of analytical work that goes into it.
But do you think Amnesty International is doing enough, or because of the cases you get every time, you kind of get overwhelmed with issues?
Oh,
because a lot of, I don't know whether a lot of people even know the activities you do here in Ghana. So
yes. So Amnesty, we do a lot of advocacy, human rights education, public education. In terms of cases of abuse, we don't handle cases because we don't have lawyers, you know. It's not a law firm, or you know, So what we do is that if you bring cases, specific cases on human rights abuses, yes, we can maybe push the case, do some consultation with you. However, we work a lot with STRAJ.
Okay.
Yes, we have to work a lot with STRAJ, the Commission for Human Rights and Administrative Justice, and we push the cases to them. We refer it to them, and then we follow up on it because they have investigators. So that's what we do. So that is one thing Amnesty does. But what we do is a lot of human rights education. So we do that in schools, communities, and we're a membership-based organization. So you wouldn't believe, but we actually have about 6,000 members in Ghana, and they are spread across the country. So what we do is that we train our members to also train others in terms of human rights. So we look at freedom of expression. We look at ending discrimination. We look at gender equality, and more specifically like domestic violence, rape, menstrual hygiene. That's one of the campaigns we are on currently. So we do a lot in that aspect, and then protection of human rights defenders is also one aspect, like where you're talking about the journalists, you know, having their rights abused. We also look at that as well, definitely.
Okay, but you spoke about earlier, you spoke about the witches.
Yes.
Every time, I mean, someone is tagged as a witch.
Yes.
And I don't know whether you know that in Ghana we have about 8 witch camps. I
think there are 6 right now, yes.
6 right now. So
Yes.
what are you doing about that?
So that as well, we work with also a coalition. You hear me using coalition a lot because I believe in collaborative work. I believe in partnership, and you can't do much without partnering. So we're collaborating with a number of CSOs and government as well. Ministry of Gender is on board. We have a coalition that is looking at the Witchcraft Accusations Bill. It was through this coalition that we were able to push the bill to be passed. Now, the president hasn't signed the bill into law, so we are trying to do more advocacy on that. The same coalition went to visit Gambaga just a few months ago to analyze the situation there. We're working, Mental Health Authority is on that coalition as well.
And these camps have been there for a while.
Yes. So I know that the long-term situation is that we plan on closing down the camps in the long term. So what is happening is that we are trying to draw up a roadmap. This is being done with the Ministry of Gender, a roadmap on how best to close the camps, because you can't do it immediately. Because the argument is some of these women, it's like a safe haven for them. However, you know, it's a safe haven away from their communities that have ostracized them. However, it's supposed to be somewhere temporary. It's not supposed to be permanent stay, right?
Okay.
So some of the women there have psychological challenges. Some of them do not have livelihoods, things like that. So I know, you know, there's a lot of work going into checking the psychological challenges of the women there. I know they are looking at skills development, and I know there's also a discussion going on how many of them want to be reintegrated back into their communities or moved into another community. You know, and we have to look at the repercussions. So something like this, it's really on a case-by-case basis, and it involves a lot of consultative work, going there, talking to the leader of the different witch camps. So all this, we have to look at it. It's going to be a slow process, unfortunately, but I know work is being done. I know.
Talking about getting support, do you get enough support from the government? Because you see, we are looking at human rights issues, and day in, day out, we see people's rights have been abused every time.
Yes.
They are being abused. Do you get enough support from
So
the government?
we do get support from the government, not necessarily on all issues, but we consult with the government, and it's, you know, it's not just, Ghana is a democracy, so it's not just about government, it's about parliament, and it's about the people. So we have to get support from all these three, not just governments, because in order to pass laws, government needs parliament.
Exactly.
And parliament, to pass laws, they need support of the people. So Amnesty faces the same process when it comes to human rights abuses. We need the support from people, from government, from parliament. Now the issue is, not everybody understands that this is a human rights abuse. We have to understand that. So a lot of education has to be done, a lot of public education. I'll give an example, the death penalty. Not everyone felt it needed to be taken out of Ghana law.
Of course, if
yes,
someone
and even some were parliamentarians and some were government officials, you understand. So a lot of lobbying and education had to be done on why it's not feasible in Ghana. And there are just so many arguments. You know, people say, oh, it deters. Guess what? It doesn't. There are statistics, there's data that actually shows that death penalty does not deter crime. It doesn't. There's statistics for that. And there's also statistics that show that, unfortunately, within our system in Ghana, most of the people on death row are from a particular class. It's not me and you that is going to be on death row. Some people can pay, in fact, can pay your way, and you go and murder someone, you pay someone, and you won't, you know, you will not be acquitted. Nothing will happen to you, basically. And unfortunately, it's people who come from poor backgrounds who end up in jail for petty crimes, for murder and things like this.
It means people shouldn't have confidence in our justice system.
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that our justice system is not perfect. And that is normal in this country. We're a developing country. Every justice system in the world has loopholes, and Ghana is part. Our justice system is not perfect. And because of that, the system does not help those coming from poor backgrounds. And unfortunately, when you go and look at the statistics, most of the people on death row are from poor backgrounds. So what does this mean? Some of them, not all, some of them maybe didn't face a fair trial. Some also did not understand what they've done and the consequences, you see. You'll be surprised that some people think I can commit a crime and I wouldn't go to jail, or, you know. So again, it's education, and that is what we really try and push at Amnesty as well.
Everyone
is FDA approved.
So, what do you do? I mean, talking about this rights, there are some specific, I don't want to go into LGBTQ and other stuff, but you know, there are some rights which because of the culture of the people, I mean, they refuse to acknowledge it, that these are rights of the people. So in such circumstances, what do you do? Do you put sanctions on such countries? Because like you said, the government work with the people come back to, and I mean, so how do you do this? How do you
I mean, Amnesty International doesn't have a right to be putting sanctions on anyone. We can do recommendations. So just like the United Nations, so the United Nations Human Rights Council, they have a process called the Universal Periodic Review of Human Rights. So usually this process is every 5 years, where they consult CSOs. Now, it's a very serious process. They consult CSOs and look at the human rights situation in every country. And based on, because you know governments put in their reports for human rights situations, but you know, they also want a different view from CSOs so that they can compare the views. So when they get this report, UPR reports from the people, then they are able to make recommendations. I know recently, I think they had it in 2022, there was 2017, and then they had 2022. And they came up with more than 200 recommendations on human rights issues. And then Ghana has to sit down and decide, okay, what can we work on within the next 5 years? You understand? And through that process, Ghana is able to see, okay, we're not doing this right. How can we change this? What can we do better? And again, like any law, any issue you bring up, yes, you have to do that public education. You have to talk to people. There needs to be dialogue. People need to understand, why is this an abuse? It's the same way domestic violence. People could justify hitting their spouse. Now, I'm not going to be specific about hitting wife or husband because it can happen both ways. People justify it.
Right.
Like, this person was rude to me, so I slapped the person. And then you have to educate the person, no, that's wrong. It's a human rights abuse. You can't physically abuse someone regardless of the gender. You know, so it's about talking about issues. You have to talk. Culture, it's a very argumentative thing, and I do believe that everybody has their culture and needs to keep it. However, there are certain things in the culture you have to change it. Like the way we accuse older women of being witches. Nobody is saying, we have our suspicion.
Ending 31st December 2024. Mr. Speaker, with reference to the mission statement as well as the vision of the right to information captured in the report is very, very clear. Their functions are spelled out in the law. It's also very, very clear, and I'm inclined to support the approval of the amount as stated in the motion. Mr. Speaker, there is an observation at page 5 of the report. Mr. Speaker, it is observable that the table that spells out the financial performance of the Right to Information Commission is vertically and horizontally wrong. Mr. Speaker, it is vertically and horizontally wrong in the sense that if you refer to the compensation, goods and services, rent, CAPEX, it came to an amount of 19,085,132. But what is here as a total is 18,085,132, a shortfall of $1 million. So, Speaker, if you go to the amount released, it's the same. The correct figure should have been 30,495,802. But what is contained here is 12,018,977.42 pesos. The same thing applies to the actual expenditure. The actual expenditure, the figure that they have is 17,657,444 cedis 27 pesos, when the correct figure should have been 16,177,621. The same thing applies to the calculation of the variance. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the percentages, that is the release percentage over the allocation over the release, the percentage that is indicated here is 21%, and it's supposed to be 78.1%, because the marginal note is releases. If you are looking for 13,049,132 and your actual release is 10,195,177.42, then the amount that was released, if you are finding the release over the allocation, is supposed to be 78.1% but not 21% as indicated here. Goods and services is supposed to be 42% but not 58% as provided. And then for GOG is supposed to be 42% but no percentage is provided. Mr. Speaker, I believe strongly that this ought to have been corrected so that the true reflection of the financial performance of the Right to Information Commission would be reflected. Mr. Speaker, the committee was informed that the Right to Information Commission in the year under review was able to establish 2 regional offices. And then looking at the outlook for the 2024, they are promising to increase it by 3. They will do another 3 regional offices. And Mr. Speaker, we observe that the percentage increase in allocation for CAPEX and goods and services was too small to enable them establish a complete new regional offices, because the increase in the allocation for goods and services is only 12%, and then for CAPEX it is 8.7%. Mr. Speaker, we consider this to be woefully inadequate in order to enable the Commission to establish the 3 regional offices that they propose to establish. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I urge the House to approve the amount. No, Mr. Speaker, before the conclusion, it was observed that for goods and services, the allocation or the amount approved by the House is 1 million. The release is 420. However, the actual expenditure is 2,837,722 cedis, 85 pesos. And Mr. Speaker, they say this is giving a variance to 580. This is totally impossible, because clearly there is an expenditure overrun for goods and services. Because if your allocation is 1 million, but you are telling us your actual expenses is 2,837,000. However, it was only 420 that was released to you. Then the difference between 420 and then the 2.8 million, where did you get that money from? Good money. Mr. Speaker, there is no indication as to where they have that particular amount of money from. So, Mr. Speaker, though we are asking that this amount be approved for them, I think they should look at their financial performance for the year under review. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I support the motion.
Yes, Chairman, I just wanted to cross-check because he raised a number of issues. The Honorable Ajua Safo, I don't think she was focused on you when you called on the House to make a number of amendments to the figures that you moved for us to adopt. Now the substantive chairman is saying whether you captured them and whether you agree. Well, he is ranking, yes, but our attention was not drawn to the disparities by the movers of the motion. So it's a ranking that is now drawing our attention. I just want to know whether he's right so that we can accept them and move on. Look at table 1. Table 1, almost all the figures there, he raised even goods and services. When you look at actual expenditure, so huge, over 1 million. And then he raised a question, that money come from, it's not shown in the report, and it came from. So I just wanted your comment on that, then we can move.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I may provide some information. So, Mr. Speaker, the 2024, the 2023 financial report as he speaks to, the one I'd like to speak to is the discrepancy between the amount released and then the actual expenditure. The reason is that for the budget of 1,420,000 was actually released, and this was explained by the commission members when they appeared before the committee. However, there was a need to pay rent ahead of time for the ensuing financial year. And the commission requested for funding and was given separate allocation to have that done. It is that they have captured in their report, which then moves the figure to the 2.8. But for their actual goods and service for their programs for the year, it was 420 that was released. That explains the discrepancy between these numbers. It was explained at the committee meeting when the commissioners...
Where did that money come from?
That money came from the Office of Government Machinery.
That's the explanation that should be captured in the report, which is absent. Well, we can now go on. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I'm rising to avert the mind of this House to your own directive you gave same time last year relative to the Right to Information Commission. It's an anomaly that I think the Clerk of Parliament and Table Office failed to oblige based on your directive. The Right to Information Commission is under the Ministry of Information, and the parallel parliamentary body that should have oversight is not the Constitutional, Parliamentary and Legal Affairs Committee, but the Committee on Communications. So you have the Minister for Information appear before the Committee on Communications with all his agencies with the exception of RTI, and then goes to Constitutional with RTI. They should appear before the Committee on Communications. And last year, the Speaker did give that directive, but it was not complied with this year because the RTI Commission and their work is actually through the Ministry of Information, and that minister is supervised by the Communications Committee of Parliament. So it is important that we do this alignment so that next year, because the budgets, the annual reports, and even doing monitoring and evaluation of their work should come under the Parliamentary Select Committee of Communications and not Constitutional, Parliamentary and Legal Affairs. So once again, I want to draw the attention of the House and seek the Speaker's guidance again based on his earlier directive last year. I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Yes, honourable members, I think this commission is an agency under the Ministry of Information. Yes?
Mr. Speaker, just to correct the nomenclature being used, it's not an agency under the Ministry of Information. It's an independent body that was set up, but we are the ministry that collaborates with that body, and minister in the act is defined to refer to the Ministry of Information. But properly speaking, it's not an agency under our control because of the kind of work they do. And yes, Mr. Speaker, as was rightly mentioned by my colleague, last year you mentioned that we should appear before communications, but this year we were invited by Constitutional and Legal, so if that kind of correction can take place for subsequent years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Did you say it's an independent commission?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Independent of what? Or who?
May I use the word autonomous rather?
Well, I think the practical effect of the bill is that the Ministry of Information oversees the policy formulation and guidance of the Commission, not the Attorney General or Ministry of Justice. And so the budget should rather go to the Committee on Information, not Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs. I think that is not correct. Yes, because all the reports are sent to this committee, and so they will be able to monitor and supervise the activities of the Commission, not the legal committee. Maybe because of the issue of rights, the right to information. Maybe that is why, but yes, Majority Leader.
Speaker, I believe we can let this one pass and perhaps subsequently take a firm decision on these matters. You recollect that the Common Fund Administrator used to come under the Special Budget Committee when we created Special Budget Committee. Along the line, no thanks to the Honorable Dominica Zuma, it went back to Local Government Committee. The commissions that we created, we said they should all relate to the Special Budget Committee. And so we are not consistent in these matters. So I'm saying that maybe this one can pass, but subsequently the House should take a firm decision as to where to locate these commissions. The Speaker, even the Community Water and Sanitation Authority, when it used to be agency, it was under Western Housing. Then it became an authority, and we said, no, if it's an authority, then let it relocate elsewhere. Today it's gone back to the sector committee. So let us show some consistency in these matters. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Agaria.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee for Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs is the proper committee to deal with the RTI. The reason is simple. Here we are talking about a human right, the right to information, access to information. And so, Mr. Speaker, if this committee which dealt with the matter is not the proper committee, which other committee is best suited to deal with matters bordering on rights? Which other committee? So, Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect to Honorable Sam George, this matter is properly before the Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee, because the matter has to do with rights. Rights.
Honorable Member, you are completely out of order. If you want to challenge the Speaker's directive, you know the proper thing to do. But the issue under discussion is not on rights. We're talking about budget. We're talking about the budget, the annual estimates of the Commission. I think we should be guided by the fact that the constitutional commissions the constitutional commissions should come under the supervision of the Special Budget Committee. But legislative commissions that we create should still be under the sector ministries, and therefore the sector committees should oversee, monitor, and supervise them. That should be the directive. But in the meantime, we'll let this pass and be guided for the future. Honorable members, I can put the question. Those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is carried. The House has accordingly approved the sum of 22,890,222 cedis for the services of the Right to Information Commission for the year ending 31st December 2024.
Speaker.
Yes, please.
Speaker, page 13, item 22. Item 22 of page 13.
Item 22. Motion, Minister for Interior.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this Honorable House approves the sum of 8,378,262,940 cedis for the services of the Ministry of the Interior for the year ending 31st December 2024. As so moved.
Motion moved. Any seconder? Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion ably moved by the Minister for Interior for this House to approve the sum of 8,378,262,931 Ghana cedis for.
Did I hear 931?
Sure.
Because here is 940.
Mr. Speaker, 939.
39.
Ghana cedis. To enable the ministry undertake its activity for the year 2024. Right Honorable Speaker, the Interior Ministry and its agencies play a critical role in the internal security of our country. It is therefore imperative for these agencies to be well resourced to adequately enable them deliver good services. Right Honorable Speaker, in course of considering the appropriation, your committee made some observations, and based on that, some recommendations were made. I would therefore like to reiterate on one of these observations. Right Honorable Speaker, the inadequate rubber bullet for crowd control. Mr. Speaker, the committee noted with concern that a paltry sum of 56,000 Ghana cedi was allocated to procure rubber bullets for the Ghana Police Service for crowd control. This is woefully inadequate. This is because, Mr. Speaker, 2024 is an election year and crowd control would be essential in the activity of the Ghana Police Service. Mr. Speaker, for the sake of time, I will take you to page 17, item 10.0, and to conclude. The committee, after careful consideration of the annual estimates of the Ministry of Interior, recommends that the House at its report and approve
red flags as to how unacceptable these figures are for the feeding of prison inmates. Nothing has changed. We are in 2020, we are about to enter the next fiscal year, and the figures remain the same. Mr. Speaker, I dare say that we've lost quite a number of prisoners because of malnutrition. And so we need to take note and act accordingly. Mr. Speaker, once again, I'm very passionate about prison-related issues. The committee observed that there is a lot of congestion in our prisons. We have about 47% overcrowding in our 47%. As far back as 2016, Mr. Speaker, the government of the day under President Mahama realized the need to decongest our prisons. So the Nsawam Remand Prison Facility was started. The idea was that upon completion, we would be able to separate remand prisoners from convicts, which is the position of the law. International law and even our own domesticated legislations do not allow us to mix convicts and remands. Unfortunately, that is the situation in this country, Mr. Speaker. Today, if you ask what is the state of completion of the remand prisons facility, it is only 57% complete. Why is it 57% complete? It is 57% complete because the finance ministry does not release money for the honoring of certificates issued by the contractors for the completion of the project. So, Mr. Speaker, these are some of the predicaments of the Ministry for the Interior. And once the Minister for Finance is here, we need to draw his attention to the fact that he has an obligation to honor the certificates that have been raised over the period so that the remand prisons facility can be completed. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, I'd like to touch very quickly on the Narcotics Control Commission LI, which was passed a few days by this honorable house, and to state that such an endeavor would help this country generate resources from the cultivation of industrial cannabis. Industrial cannabis, not cannabis for pleasure. Mr. Speaker, and let me repeat, not cannabis for recreation. Here we are talking about industrial cannabis. Cannabis meant for medicinal purposes. Cannabis meant for the extraction of oils that can be used to, Mr. Speaker, manufacture painkillers, vital medicines for our well-being. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion moved by the Honourable Minister for the Interior. Thanks for the opportunity.
Honourable members, I put the question. Those in favor of the motion, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The House has accordingly approved the sum of 8,378,262,939 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Interior for the year ending 31st December 2024. Yes.
Speaker, on same page 13, taking item 23.
Honourable members, item 23 at page 13 of the order paper, motion, Minister for Trade and Industry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this Honorable House approves the sum of 1,021,060,398 cedis for the services of the Ministry of Trade and Industry for the year ending 31st December 2024.
Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion and would want to report on the committee's discussion and deliberation on the budget estimate for the Ministry of Trade. Mr. Speaker, I ask the Hansard Department to capture the report in its entirety, but would highlight a few observations of the committee and read the conclusions as was presented. Mr. Speaker, at 7.0 of the report, it was observed that tax exemptions were approved in 2022 and 2023 financial year for the companies operating under the 1D1F program by Parliament. The committee was informed that this action will serve as a disincentive to would-be investors and therefore urges Parliament through the committee to take steps to consider and grant approvals for the all pending requests for tax exemptions. Mr. Speaker, it is interesting to note that in this House, in 3rd of May 2019, at an emergency meeting, this House approved and agreed also that 1D1F enjoys certain tax incentives for growing the program. Mr. Speaker, ironically, the chairman for the Finance Committee today, whilst the minority leader was the ranking member of the same committee. Mr. Speaker, when the Deputy Minister then, who happens to be the chairman of the Finance Committee, was with the executive, exemptions were being granted 2019-2020. Mr. Speaker, in 2022-2023, all the exemptions that came to this House from 2021 have not been attended to, therefore making industry grow at a negative variance. Mr. Speaker, the committee is of the opinion that if we do not reconsider our position on these tax exemptions for one minute, we stand to lose a lot as far as industry is concerned. So I came here with the Hansard of 3rd May 2019, but for the sake of time, I'm not going to read any portion of it. But in there, if anybody should go through the Hansard from 697 to 7721, 24 pages of deliberations went on a day to approve of incentives for 1D1F companies. All the people that I've mentioned who are today not allowing or who are today criticizing exemptions for 1D1F companies were at the helm of affairs when these incentives were approved. So, Mr. Speaker, the committee is recommending that in order that we don't kill the interests of investors, we request that 1D1F exemptions and incentives are attended to and granted. We also observe that an agency like Ghana Standards Authority, which is today operating on a new act, has the propensity to survive on its own, Mr. Speaker, and therefore requests the Ministry of Trade, as a matter of urgency, to get the Ministry of Finance to wean this agency off government subvention. It is not appropriate at all, Mr. Speaker, that will allow them to sit on government subvention and not be able to do their work. Today, as we speak, not too long ago, the Minister conferred on the Director General of the Ghana Standards Authority, the Registrar of Metrology or Registrar of Measurements and so on. This position comes with some kind of responsibility. And the responsibility has to do with, if we do not consider winning the Ghana Standard Authority of Government Convention, they won't be able to do their work as appropriate, Mr. Speaker. So whilst I conclude, the committee has examined the 2024 program-based budget estimates for the Ministry of Trade and Industry and found the programs for which the sums have been allocated to be appropriate and in line with the mandate of the ministry and its agencies. The committee, in view of the foregoing, respectfully recommends to the House to adopt this report and approve the sum of 1,021,060,398 Ghana cedis for the implementation of the programs and activities of the Ministry of Trade and Industry and its agencies for 2024 financial year. Mr. Speaker, I so present the report of the committee.
Honorable members, before we go on, I want to be clear on one issue. The seconder of the motion says that the House had earlier on approved some incentives for the 1D, 1F. And in the course of doing that, some members he identified were even leaders in that exercise. But now those members are against the implementation of what was approved by Parliament, and as a result of that, they have not been implemented. Is that the situation?
Mr. Speaker, that is exactly what the situation is. And if you would have time, if you give me more, I would read part of this Hansard. You have the Hansard here.
I'm not concerned about the process of approval. How some members can prevent what Parliament has approved from being implemented is what beats my mind. I cannot.
Mr. Speaker, that's what it is. I say that advisedly because not too long ago, the minority leader, who happened to be the ranking for the committee that approved this in 2019, had a press conference or a press release where he listed all these exemptions from 2021 and said that the MPP government is trying to find new ways of circumventing funding. And so therefore the minority was never going to allow these exemptions to be approved. I can provide a copy to this House. That is what the minority leader decided to present to the public. That the exemptions that have come based on the 2019 approvals are not what is supposed to be, but rather a political party, a certain political party, is trying to find ways and means to now look for ways to make money. And that ways of making the money is through the tax exemptions. Meanwhile, he himself was the ranking member for that committee that came out with the report in this House. We sat down and we approved this incentive in this House. But since 2021, they have refused, the Speaker, to grant a single exemption. And that's where we are today. That is why industry is growing at negative percentage.
Yes, Deputy Minority Chief.
Mr. Speaker, everybody in this House knows that the chairman of the committee, my colleague who just spoke, is a known promoter or advocate for tax waivers. In fact, anytime he makes a presentation on this floor, 70% of his presentation is to accuse his colleagues on the finance committee of sitting or deliberately blocking the approval of tax waivers. Mr. Speaker, tax waivers are government policy. And the comment he made was that since 2019, those tax waivers that have been granted, some members of this House have prevented them from being implemented. Mr. Speaker, you know that is not possible. No member of parliament can stop government from implementing things that have been approved from this House. So whatever you are reading is neither here nor there. Members of parliament do not implement policies. We do not implement policies. Mr. Speaker, it is the responsibility
the details and actuals of the incentives, tax exemptions and the rest for consideration by the House. That is not the situation. Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we wouldn't want to detain the House. Obviously, we are rushing against time, so the headways of time. But it's a big issue. Mr. Speaker, you'll recall that I myself have had the occasion to debate this matter in this House. It's a very big one. Mr. Speaker, as the chairman has perfectly articulated the point, there is a policy agreed by this House. Mr. Speaker, I am not about to mention this, but I've mentioned enough names here, Mr. Speaker. Somehow, the applications which have been sent to our ministry, which we have then forwarded to the finance ministry, and which finance ministry have certified and presented to this House and your good self as referred to the finance committee, Mr. Speaker, is not moving an inch. So the problem really...
The issue is that the finance committee has not submitted a report to the House.
Won't even sit on them, Mr. Speaker. I have done my best. I have said everything I could. Mr. Speaker is not making any movement at all. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we would refer this matter
let me listen to the majority chief whip.
With respect, it's most unfortunate we don't have enough time to deal with this issue. But fact be told, and I largely agree with my colleague Whip. Speaker, the waivers have been referred duly to the Committee of Finance. I know there have been several meetings. I also know there are issues to be dealt with. So I will plead, based on what I know and the facts available to us, that we engage, and the leader of the House, I know, is very experienced in these matters. Both leaders, Speaker, should meet the leadership of the Finance Committee, because the feedback that keeps coming to us is that there are issues that need to be dealt with. Ordinarily, one would have thought that the committee would have worked on these referrals and ferried their reports to plenary for discussion. But as to why that is not being done is a challenge, and it's not an ordinary challenge. So, Speaker, I will only humbly suggest that you defer this matter to the two leaders, SAP, to meet on it, and we only have Friday to write. There are a few of them that should be dealt with before we write. I believe if we resort to that route, we may have some success at the end of the day.
Now, members, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I was just going to say that we indicated to adjourn at 2:30. And we have so many reports that are still outstanding. The issue that has been raised by the chairman of the committee, Mr. Speaker, the fact of it is, yes, we've done these tax exemption laws, but at the time we came to pass that legislation, the matters that I'm referring to now have already been transacted. And the laws that we make are not meant to have retrospective effect. What it means is that, strictly speaking, those applications don't go under that new law. But Mr. Speaker, we will get there. Let's attend to what we have before us and approve of these motions. Yes. We'll have a dedicated time to deal with those matters.
Yeah, but as leader, you should get the committees to report back to the House. Then the House will take the decision. My attention was drawn to one of them some time ago, and I spoke to the chairman of the committee. If you have any concerns, report to the House. But we cannot refer matters to a committee, and the committee on its own decides that they will not report to the House, and that ends the matter. That definitely is unacceptable. You know, we may in future be compelled to take contempt proceedings against some of your people. And you as leaders, you also know that they disqualify themselves from holding some positions. When you are a chair of a committee and you are not performing, the standing orders give the leadership the opportunity to recommend for replacement, which I believe, yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the truth of the matter is that as far as this one is concerned, we're having some engagement with the leadership of the committee. And unfortunately, because of the way you are going, that you may cause some contempt proceedings initiated against the committee chair. Mr. Speaker, the truth of it is that both the minority leader and I belong to that committee. I don't know whether the contempt will extend to us. But we'll deal with it.
Whether he's a leader of the House or he is an ordinary member, definitely the law is clear on it. Because the authority of the House is completely being undermined. Anyway, honorable members, let's proceed. Do I put the question now? Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to motion 23 of our order paper, page 13. The motion seeks to approve the sum of 1,021,060,398 Ghana cedis for the Ministry of Trade and Industry for the year ending 31st December 2023. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I want to make reference to the committee report for 2024. Mr. Speaker, page 6 of the committee report, table number 1, says that an amount of 587,214,053 Ghana cedis was budgeted for in 2023 for this ministry. Mr. Speaker, along the line there was a revision of this allocation to 858,451,396 Ghana cedis, which meant a revision of 46%. And Mr. Speaker, it is intriguing to note that after this revision, the total amount given to the ministry, which was spent, is 192,168,595.33 Ghana cedis, representing 22.38%. Mr. Speaker, this is a worrying situation for the ministry, because under what circumstance will you even revise the allocation from 587 million to 858 million and ended up giving 192 million? Mr. Speaker, this situation has prevailed over the years as far as this ministry is concerned. Mr. Speaker, if you permit me to go to our budget performance report for January 2020. Mr. Speaker, page 64, table 4. An amount of 478,333,938 was allocated and approved for this ministry. And the ministry was an amount of 386 was released to the ministry, representing 86%. I just want to draw a chronology for the House to see what has been going on. So 2020, 81.6% was given to the ministry. Mr. Speaker, 2022, if you look at the same figure from the budget performance report, 66% of the allocation was given to the ministry. And in 2022, 33%. So from 2020, 2021, 2022, the amount given to this ministry has consistently been reduced. Mr. Speaker, whatever reason is there, it is a big story that you will not want to hear. Because at the committee meeting, we tried to find out what exactly happened. And they gave a lot of stories, very convoluted stories. We cannot understand what rationale is behind this. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, just this year, as at September, only 22.38% was released to this ministry. This is a very worrying situation for us, and I think that whatever we need to do as a House, we need to compel the finance minister to know that there's duty, there's a responsibility for this ministry, and releases must come true. Otherwise, why should you revise a budget from 500 million to 800 and you ended up giving 192? Mr. Speaker, if you look at CAPEX for this same table, CAPEX was 284 million. That was what was approved. And the revised budget, it went up to 564,711,048 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, it will interest you to note that the ministry was given only 38,936,920.77, representing 7%. 7%, Mr. Speaker. So I think that it is important for us to look at this and see exactly what we have to do to compel the minister to come clean with some of these approvals that we do. Otherwise, the work that we do invariably, it will come into futility. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to draw your attention to that. Because of lack of time, I will go to 1B1F on the committee report for page 7. Mr. Speaker, under 1B1F, it is stated that 169,870 jobs were given. Mr. Speaker, at the committee meeting, we told them that, look, some of these companies that are benefiting from the stimulus packages were already in existence. So if they were already in existence, they were already in employment. They had employed people. So we were looking at the net effect. If in the long run you were giving stimulus package, let's see the contribution, the impact of that stimulus package that will give jobs. And that is how we calculate, we expected them to do. So, Mr. Speaker, we said next time they should let us see the net additions so that we can see categorically what these stimulus packages have done in terms of jobs. It is misleading to say 169,000 direct and indirect jobs. We also told them that we are interested in knowing which component of it is direct jobs and which component of it is indirect jobs. And that is what we expected the ministry to do for clarity to prevail. Mr. Speaker, on tax exemptions, we have already discussed that. In the committee report, page 10 of the committee report of 2023, paragraph 5.1, it stated that at the ministry, 72 tax exemption requests are being processed at the ministry. Meanwhile, in Parliament, where about 42 tax exemption reports were presented, and an amount of 591,174,540.36 was supposed to be given total in tax exemption. Mr. Speaker, we're saying that, yes, it is good to give tax exemption, but what value do we get out of it? We are interested in doing value for money. Let's try to see what are these stimulus packages doing for us. How will the ordinary Ghanaian benefit from it? Mr. Speaker, that is important. if the chairman says that in 2019 some tax exemptions were given, they were given because there was value for money. You cannot compare what happened in 2019 to 2023 because we didn't have debt restructuring. So let's be interested in what these tax exemptions are meant to do for the people of this country and also for industry. That is how we look at it. So it is not the matter of approving tax exemption, but it is important to get value for money. The ordinary Ghanaian needs value for money, and that is what we are looking for, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, because of lack of time, I will just go to 2024. In 2024, the ministry is looking for 19% upward review from the revised budgetary allocations. And Mr. Speaker, it will interest you to know that CAPEX, they are looking for negative 29%. So this ministry doesn't appear to be committed in building CAPEX, capital expenditure, which is very important for the movement and the smooth growth of the ministry. Unfortunately, they are looking for 399,959,527, representing negative 29%. And that is what is in the report. Mr. Speaker, having said this, I will want to conclude by saying that this House should approve an amount of 1,021,060,398 Ghana cedis for the Ministry of Trade and Industry. Mr. Speaker, thank you for this opportunity.
Honorable members, those in favor of the adoption of motion number 23 on the order paper, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. The House has approved the sum of 1,021,060,398 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Trade and Industry for the year ending 31st December 2024. Yes, can we take the last report? I'm looking at the time.
Yeah, Speaker, we further want to plead with all the report. The difficulty had been the report, Speaker. Thankfully, and with the cooperation of my colleagues, we have. It now is cooperating.
Honorable member, we agree that members have to travel to their constituency to vote tomorrow.
Yes, Speaker, we will. The reports are ready. We want to do just at least just 5.
I say one. Let's move one.
Okay, Speaker, shall we go on to page 11? Page 11.
Page 11.
Yes, and start off with item 11.
Honorable members, page 11, item 11, motion, Chairman of the committee.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move, and notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 81, which require that no motion shall be debated until at least 48 hours have elapsed between the date on which the notice of the motion is given and the date on which the motion is moved. The motion for the adoption of the report of the Committee on Mines and Energy on the Memorandum on Terms and Conditions of Refinancing of the Netasco Phase 6A facility pursuant to the recommendation of the Committee on Mines and Energy may be moved today. I move accordingly.
Honorable members, motion number 11 has been moved. It's a procedural motion. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, this report was laid under kangaroo lane, and the motion is also being taken in the form of kangaroo. If there are other motions, Mr. Speaker, I think the Chief Whip is now calling the ranking member to come and brief him. We can take another motion and come back to it. Speaker, let me correct one thing. No,
what Ahmed said is factually not correct. It wasn't laid kangaroo laying. This was properly laid. We can refer to the records. Ahmed, you know, I would have agreed with you if you were spot on. It was not done kangaroo. It was done properly. Let's check the record.
I don't understand. I don't understand that term, kangaroo laying. I don't know what that means.
Is seeking to that it was properly laid, and the records will bear me out. It was properly laid.
Yes.
The Speaker, on Saturday, if the majority leader is disagreeing with me, all the motions were laid by him. Almost all the motions, all the reports were laid by him.
Oh,
the Speaker,
is that what you define as kangaroo?
The Speaker, that's what I'm referring to as kangaroo. If you lay the motion without the consent of the ranking member and the committee members, and I agree with you, at least when you are the report, when you are coming to take the motion, the ranking member must be here, so that it will not be like we've laid the motion in his absence, we've taken the report in his absence. Mr. Speaker, I don't think we will be doing this country a good service. He's not a ranking member. He's not a member of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I was physically present when I laid the report. I did it myself. Yes. No, it was not right.
Yes. Minority Chief Whip. Yes. I'm watching the timepiece.
Mr. Speaker, at conclave, we always say leadership guide help you to steer the affairs on the floor. At conclave, we agree we'll work to 2:30. It's past 2:30, but you've been kind enough to say you take one extra motion. The majority decided not to take a motion related to the budget, but rather go and do something else. Mr. Speaker, if that is what they want to do, and I saw the majority leader saying that we are government, we can do whatever we like. Mr. Speaker, you gave them the opportunity. We gave them the opportunity to take one more motion. They have decided to take this one. And we are saying that this is controversial. We don't understand the details of it. So either, if you want to take it, we take it. We can call for head count and everything to take the decision. We can do that. Otherwise, they should take a motion which is got to do the budget. One more motion, then we close. But if they want to do it, get your people. When we take the voice vote, we take a head count as well on the latest scope.
Are we going to spend time on this matter? Yes, majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, we're not going to spend time. I don't know what has come on my two colleagues opposite. They just rise up and they are making attributions to people who have not been made. That I have said that the majority side can do everything. Why did I say that? Don't do that to yourself. Mr. Speaker, this man Abuja, we should be careful of him.
Minister, Trade and Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not so sure why this matter is generating the amount of heat. Because the last time, Mr. Speaker, I thought, Mr. Speaker, you settled this matter and then referred this matter to the committee. Now he's talking about votes and whatever. You simply told them the legality of what has happened or the illegality of it, so the committee should go and settle it and report to the House. That is what I think the Speaker is seeking to do. So I'm not sure about ranking member, the votes and all that he's talking about, Mr. Speaker. That wasn't your instruction.
Honourable members, the procedural motion has been moved. Yes, please. Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I rise to second the motion moved.
Motion moved and seconded for the consideration of the House. It's a procedural motion. You can't take it. Let me put the question and then you tell me you can't take it. Yes,
Speaker, I thought
minority. Yes,
I thought they were going to agree with us to take another motion and suspend this one. That's why where we are, we should not be entering into this turbulent era. What is so urgent about this report that we are moving procedural motions and then suspend the orders and take it? What is so urgent about it? The Speaker, I believe tomorrow will come, day after tomorrow will come. Ghana is not going anywhere. We can suspend this appropriation is the most key, and the task force is not finding space in the appropriation. Let's concentrate on the appropriation. Items under the budget, under the appropriation. That's the most urgent thing now.
Majority Leader, what do you say to that?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm just guided by the mood of the House. And I guess the agreement then will be, if this is dropped, we'll do at least 2 motions on the budget. And then that's the bargain. Mr. Speaker, that's the bargain. So I guess we can stand this one down and do at least 2 motions.
Honourable members, we will accordingly stand down motion number 11 at page 11 of the order paper and move on to estimates.
Speaker, may we move to page 12? Yes. Page 12 of today's order paper and take item 18.
Honourable members, item 18 at page 12 of the order paper, motion, Minister for Railways Development.
Speaker, Speaker, bear with me. It's rather page 14, item 28. Sorry. Item 28, local government, on page 14.
Honourable members, page 14, item 28, motion, Minister for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development.
Speaker, may I seek your leave for the Minister of State to move the motion?
Honourable members, unless there is some substantive objection to the Minister of State and the Minister of Local Government.
Mr. Speaker, there is no objection at all.
Yes, so
at the committee level, it is the same Minister of State and the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development, Honourable Obiam, who steered the affairs of the committee, and everything went successfully. So you can proceed.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I beg to move the motion that this Honourable House approves the sum of 2,661,741,905 for the services of the Ministry of Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development for the year ending 31st December 2024. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Honourable members, any seconder?
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I rise to second the motion. Mr. Speaker, before I present the committee's report, I want to make some amendments to the committee. The motion, the total amount that is on the other paper. Mr. Speaker, at the committee's meeting, you were told that the amount, which is 2.6 billion, let's say about 2.6 billion, has been changed by the Minister of Finance. There has been some increment, and now the total amount allocated to the ministry is 2,812,541,509 Ghana cedis. So that is the amount that the Minister of Finance has allocated to the ministry. Mr. Speaker,
yes,
I can proceed to present the committee's report. And I will take your indulgence to ask the Hazard Department to capture the entirety of the committee's report, whilst I take some few observations made by the committee. Mr. Speaker, on page 16, the committee noted that the important role played by the Land Use and Spatial Planning Authority, including the preparation of inventory and validation of local plans, special development frameworks, and redevelopment of land use, planning and management systems. The goods and services and CapEx goals of the authority for the year 2024 is 5,643,365 Ghana cedis and 800 million respectively. Considering the role of the authority in resolving the numerous land use issues in the country, the committee is of the view that 2024 budgetary allocation to the authority is woefully inadequate, and that the Minister of Finance should make sure they get some money for the authority to operate for the 2024 fiscal year. Mr. Speaker, conclusion. The committee reiterates that an amount of 2,600,741,905 Ghana cedis is what is contained in the budget, as I've already said. And now, the committee would like to again state that during the budget hearing, it was informed that the Ministry of Finance has increased the budget allocation of the ministry to 2,812,541,905 Ghana cedis, and it is the amount of the committee. The committee recommends to the House for approval and consequent to the adoption of this report. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded for the consideration of the House. Since everything went smoothly at the committee level, or you want to draw our attention to something? Yes, please.
Right, Honourable Speaker, all the same, we have to support our chairman on the floor.
Yes, go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the motion to approve 2.6 billion for the Ministry of Local Government Rural Development for 2.8.
Is it the correction?
Okay, now 2.8 for the 2024 financial year. Mr. Speaker, we reviewed what happened last year and noted with some disaffection that the wages bill, which was budgeted at 953.7 million, ballooned to 1.8 billion. That was almost doubling. So it marks off some poor budgeting to start with. But I think the ministry has the capacity to state or to estimate more closely to the reality when they are budgeting for their compensation. This should be examined by the Finance Department of the Ministry of Local Government. Mr. Speaker, a few other issues also cropped up. You will notice in the estimate that what we are getting from DP sources, donor partners, amounts to 607 million, whilst the government of Ghana is supporting activities of the Ministry of Local Government with only 114.5 million, which means that without the donor partners, the local government ministry is left on its own, because donor partners support amounts to 5.8 times what the government is providing for the ministry. I think it is a situation which we cannot continue as if it is not part of the the government of Ghana. It is part. So we should make sufficient provisions for the ministry from our local budget, not only relying on donor partners, because we have even stated clearly that we want to be a country beyond aid. Beyond aid. But what is happening here is that without the aid from donor partners, the Ministry of Local Government cannot survive. Right, Honorable Speaker, there is this issue about births and deaths registry not having an office. In fact, we visited them some 1.5 months ago. We met them in the office of NALAC at Shashi. They are hiding in one corner at the National Association of Local Government Secretariat, which is a disgrace. Now they have asked for land. The government has to facilitate the acquisition of the land for the local government, for the birth and death registry to put up their own office structure. So I think this must be given serious attention. But there is also a funding issue regarding the construction of the office for the births and deaths registry. We have agreed that they will be given 50%, up to 50% of their IGF towards this project. But at the moment, they have been capped further. They only have 33% to themselves. Mr. Speaker, this must be reversed so that if it is possible, just as we do for the Ghana Airport Company, we can give the full amount, the 100% of their IGF to the births and deaths registry so that they can have enough funds to construct their office. Mr. Speaker, I think apart from these issues, we come to the Institute of Local Government Studies. Now, we are relying on the Disassembly's Common Fund to fund their activities. I don't think that is right. These institutes can generate a lot of funds, and we should make sure that the funds are released to them to be able to function properly. Then the Department of Parks and Gardens, we visited them at their office over here. Their land has been encroached upon. In fact, it was very interesting, right, Honorable Speaker. The workers told us that they have had to form walls to protect their land. They themselves have become land guards to protect the land that belongs to them. So I don't know where we are going. I don't know where we are going if we cannot protect state land. I remember you talked about how your own residence was being sold out. It's a similar thing that is happening to the Department of Parks and Gardens. Even the same thing. They are taking the wild land as well. So I think we should address this. The Minister of State should take this seriously and work about it. You are sitting down. They are not helping the Department of Parks and Gardens. They are suffering. I think you should step up your game and make sure that you protect their land. They need money to even fence to provide fence wall around the outstanding properties that they have. So I think, Minister, we are supporting your request, but we want you to pay particular attention to all of these areas, because they form integral parts of the Ministry of local government and rural development. On this note, Right Honorable Speaker,
it's okay.
I support the request made by the minister to release 2.8 billion to the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development.
Honorable members, those in favor of the adoption of the motion say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The House has accordingly approved the sum of 2,812,541,905 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development for the year ended 31st December 2024. Honorable members, it's time now to adjourn. We are at 3 p.m.
Speaker, we have engaged, leadership has engaged duly, and we've come to some agreement, Speaker, with respect. And they've mandated me to communicate that to you. Speaker, we have agreed to do
Leaders, you just don't keep on engaging and you don't engage, Speaker, and then you keep on. I mean, that is very unfair.
Speaker, it is indeed unfair, but Speaker, we could not.
I have my
respect.
My colleagues are with me, so I'll hand over to
apologies,
them, so that maybe you engage them better. Honorable members, the first deputy speaker to take the chair. I'm tired.
Item 25.
Item
25 on page 14.
our conclusions and recommendations were: the committee has thoroughly examined the budget estimates of the Office of the Attorney General and Minister for Justice and for the 2024 fiscal year, and is of the view that the policies and programs outlined for the year will go a long way to contribute to the achievement, goals and objectives of the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Justice. The Speaker, the committee accordingly recommends to the House to adopt its report and approve the sum of 481,279,368 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, I so move. Thank you.
Yes, ranking member. Yes.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to support the motion calling on the House to approve the sum of 481,279,368 Ghana cedis for the work of the Ministry of Justice and Office of the Attorney General for 2024. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, let me draw attention to a couple of matters arising from the report as tabled. Mr. Speaker, let me refer the House to Table 1 contained at page 7 of the report. And I think that the reporting format has to change. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the revised budget, we are told that under a certain revised budget, an amount of 195,424,305 Ghana cedis was approved as a result of the revision. But Mr. Speaker, I do not recall that this House approved the budget that we approved for the Ministry of the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Justice about a year ago. During the mid-year review, there was no such upward revision of the ceiling. And so I think that he has to explain that. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the variance that they stated, we should be interested in the amount released and the actual expenditure, for instance, as to the compensation of employees. Mr. Speaker, we know that compensation for employees is subject to verification. And so if you are submitting a table to indicate that out of 178 million Ghanaian cedis released, Mr. Speaker, you have spent 122 million, then I have a problem with that. What accounts for the excess? So there has to be an explanation to that. Mr. Speaker, if you consider the table as presented, there appears to be a positive variance between how much has been released to the Office of the Attorney General and how much they have actually spent, which paints a different picture from what we know that there are problems with releases in terms of the expenditure lines for the Office of the Attorney General. So if the Minister will touch on that in his concluding remarks, we'll be very glad. Mr. Speaker, again, if you look at the activities earmarked for 2024, under legal education, we are told that about 1,050 lawyers will be called to the bar. Then about 11,076 lawyers will be licensed. That is by the General Legal Council. Then 2,000 law firms will also be licensed. Then they intend to admit and train 1,500 professional law students. Mr. Speaker, this is better than to say that you intend to call 1,500 to the bar. It means that you are placing a ceiling to the number that will be called to the bar even before they go through the training and get called to the bar. So we expect that if you admit 1,500 and they all successfully go through the training, then of course, subject to the conditionalities for being called to the bar, they will go through the processing and the ceremony and be called to the bar. So it's a much better departure from last year when they said that they determine how many people will be called to the bar, even though the persons haven't called through the exams yet. Mr. Speaker, one other matter that the committee felt strongly about is that the reporting on the issues of the internally generated funds. We think that there should be a more proper reporting as to the exact expenditure lines for which these internally generated funds are expended on. They are often very silent on these matters. Mr. Speaker, let me again touch on the issue of judgment debt. The ministry supposed that in handling some cases that went before some tribunals and some arbitral bodies, they made savings. And I think that it is a misstatement of the issues. Mr. Speaker, if a petitioner petitions an arbitral body and alleges a certain sum as the amount claimed for damages, and upon determination the arbitral body awards a lesser sum, it doesn't suggest that there was savings made. You still lost the case. So you can't say that because you lost the case by being awarded a lower sum in terms of damages, you made savings at all. So that way of reporting these matters, I believe we have to depart from it. Mr. Speaker, finally, there was an issue of unearned salaries by some staff of the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Justice. This is an institution, Mr. Speaker, that is mandated under the Constitution to prosecute offenders who commit offenses such as this. And so if we have attorneys, principal state attorneys, senior state attorneys, and state attorneys, Mr. Speaker, who for some reason will receive money that will turn out to be unearned as to wages, then that is problematic. And some explanations were given, but it does not detract from the fact that an offense has been committed and the Attorney General is in court in respect of so many other citizens for committing similar offenses. And they have been given opportunity to refund the monies merely without any there's no evidence of they having been even cautioned, sort of. So we think that these matters, being the Office of the Attorney General, where matters such as this are prosecuted, this sort of offenses or occurrences shouldn't be happening under his watch. Mr. Speaker, allegations of this nature must be investigated and punished appropriately, as he does all the time. Mr. Speaker, finally, the issue of another 140 million judgment debt also came up. Such a very, very important matter that the committee took serious view of. And so, Mr. Speaker, we think that, Mr. Speaker, we think that the Attorney General, in calling upon the House for the sum as already mentioned to be approved, should put his house in order, and especially matters of judgment debt, they should not be advising that contracts be terminated unlawfully. Not mere termination, but unlawful terminations, which makes aggrieved parties seek redress in the bodies that they are supposed to under the terms of the agreement. Mr. Speaker, with these words, I thank you for the opportunity and call on the House to approve the sum of 481 million Ghana cedis. Thank you very much.
At the conclusion of that, Attorney, do you want to respond? Yeah.
Speaker, having regards to the constraints of time, I'll just briefly remark. The Speaker, indeed, my brief remarks about the inconsistencies in the figures that my learned friend alluded to. The Speaker clearly has been explained to the committee. The Speaker, that is why the committee actually indicated that the budget of the Office of Attorney General for the year 2023 was revised to the sum that has been stated on page 7 of the report. The Speaker, if indeed the same has been explained away, has been adopted and indeed accepted by the committee, and has been stated in the committee's report. The Speaker, I believe that with all respect, it is inappropriate for me to respond to it. So I'll leave it at that. The Speaker, again, on the issue about the allegation of a ceiling on the number of lawyers that may be called to the bar in 2024. The Speaker, I would like to say that indeed there is no such ceiling at all. It is only an estimate of the number of lawyers that are expected to be called to the bar. The Speaker, I remember the same question as of me last year when I came to defend the budget estimates of the Ministry of Justice. I had stated in my report that indeed we expected about 400 lawyers to be called to the bar. The same question was asked of me. My response was that it depended on the results, and that if the students indeed pass the examination, they will be duly called to the bar. The reality is that in October 2023, in spite of my statement in the budget estimate that 400 students may be called to the bar, about 1,000 students were actually called to the bar. So over 1,000 newly enrolled lawyers were called to the bar in October 2023. So, Mr. Speaker, really, this estimate, with all respect, is not so much material. The record must reflect the fact that the past 2 years has seen about a doubling of the number of lawyers on the roll of lawyers as a result of the massive enrollment of new lawyers. Last year, about 1,200 lawyers were called to the bar. This year, over 1,000, almost 1,100 lawyers have been called to the bar. And I think the government must be applauded for these efforts. The Speaker, there has also been, with all respect, a misrepresentation of our statement about judgment debt and all that. Malen Fred cleverly, with all respect, omitted the mention of the clear saving of $55 million arising out of this Beijing everywhere matter. Apart from that, there was also the saving of $275 million that was also recorded in respect of the Cassius Mining Limited matter. The Speaker, if indeed a claim is made by a claimant at an arbitral tribunal for over $2 million, and in the final analysis about $900,000 was awarded by the tribunal, the Speaker, I believe that indeed that's a very significant saving, and that must be reported to the House. But of course, Malenfen also omitted the many hundreds of millions of United States dollars that have been saved by the Office of the Attorney General, and I believe that the record must reflect that fact. The Speaker, he also made reference to the judgment debt of $140 million. The record again must reflect that that was a judgment debt that accrued in 2021, even before I became Attorney General. It accrued in January 2021. The Speaker, it was as a result of certain provisions in the power purchase agreement that clearly were onerous, and that power purchase agreement was executed in the time of the NDC in 2015. The Speaker, I think that, yes, the Speaker, that was, yes, the power purchase agreement concluded in 2015. The Speaker, I must, with all respect, make a strong case for the approval by this House of the budget estimates of the Office of the Attorney General. Indeed, the office is one that operates in severe constraints of resources. We have not even included estimates for the training of staff, estimates for the training of attorneys and all. And indeed, this is something that the office requires in order to boost the efficiency of the performance of the Office of the Attorney General. I believe, with all respect, that having regard to the severe constraints and dire straits within which the Office of the Attorney General operates, indeed, these estimates are very, very small. And Mr. Speaker, I would urge this Honorable House to indeed exercise its powers to actually advocate for an increase on the budget estimates. I pray accordingly.
At the conclusion of the debate, the question is all in favor of the motion. Say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. The House has approved the sum of 481,279,367 Ghana cedis for the services of the Attorney General and Ministry of Justice for the year ending 31st December 2024. Yes.
Speaker, may we go back to page 11 and start off with item 11 on page 11.
Honorable Speaker, should we go over?
I think the motion was moved.
Yes, and
seconded. So
yeah.
I'll put the question. Yeah, this is a procedural motion. Am I right?
Yes.
This is a procedural motion. So. No, I'll put a question on the procedural motion before we go. So All in favor of the House adopting the procedural motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Now, I'll move to item 12. A motion by Chairman of the Committee.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I beg to move that this Honourable House adopts a report of the Committee on Mines and Energy on the memorandum of the terms and conditions of refinancing of the TASCO Phase 6A facility pursuant to a recommendation of the Committee on Mines and Energy. Honourable Speaker, with your leave, I want to present your committee's report. Honourable Speaker, this referral was done on the 7th of December 2023 by Right Honourable Speaker Mr. Alban Sumana Kingsford Budget. After deliberations, this is the conclusion of your committee. In the premises, the committee, having adverted itself to the law and the relevant judicial authorities, concedes that the TASCO Phase 6A facility contained in the 23 work program of GMPC does not require parliamentary approval. In this regard, the committee endorses the request by the Honourable Minister for Energy that the terms and conditions of the TASCO Phase 6A facility be distributed to honourable members for their information. The committee therefore recommends the House to adopt this report. Respectfully submitted, Right Honourable Speaker.
Yes, wrong.
Honourable Speaker, I rise to support the motion. And in supporting the motion, Honourable Speaker, I want to make a few things clearer than they are in the report. Mr. Speaker, Klomega versus Attorney General has been cited as a reason why this agreement does not need parliamentary approval. Mr. Speaker, I want to totally disagree. Klomega versus Attorney General preceded the passage of Act 919, and Parliament was deliberate in inserting clause 1015. Parliament was very deliberate. So the argument that Klomega versus Attorney General makes parliamentary approval unnecessary does not stand. If anybody is displeased with Act 919, the provision Act 919, that person should go to court and expunge that section of the Act. I want to put this on record. Mr. Speaker, I also want to state that GMPC is not a normal commercial organization. GMPC is the National Oil Company. That makes it a different animal from other commercial organizations. And I want to put that on record. Mr. Speaker, I also support the motion because the second referral is a total different animal from the earlier referral that the committee sat on. In the earlier case, a loan amount of 620 million was presented to the committee, and that loan amount included portions for GMPC's operations, and therefore, standing on PNDC Law 64 and Act 919, the committee rightly recommended that the terms and conditions of that facility be brought to Parliament. However, we were presented with a second scenario, which is a totally different change, and in that 272 million for refinancing of an existing loan was now presented to us. Because rollover, and therefore not a new loan, it does not now require parliamentary approval. What is of interest to the committee is the transactional cost of the rollover, and that is taken under OPEX, operating expenses of GMPC. So, Mr. Speaker, with this new, so I support the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
at the conclusion of the debate. The question is all in favor of the House adopting the motion. Say aye. Aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Speaker, as was agreed, we've duly executed our businesses planned. So, having regard to the time, Speaker, we are actually in your hands. However, we had earlier agreed that we will sit tomorrow at 2. So, Speaker.
Yes. Other members, the House is accordingly adjourned to tomorrow, Tuesday, the 19th of December 2023 at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 2 p.m. tomorrow.
You know, you say, oh, this person's a witch, this person is. I think our culture likes.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I don't make one casa.
Have a goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Are you still searching for the right platform to share your voice, thoughts, and feelings? then the GhanaWeb Reporter on the GhanaWeb app is the perfect app for you. It is Ghana's only citizen journalism and infotainment platform. Wherever you are, whatever you are doing, GhanaWeb Reporter links you up to the world. The Reporter also gives you the opportunity to blog or become a citizen journalist, so you share stories with the rest of the world about cities, music genres, pop culture, tech, politics, etc. Download the GhanaWeb app from the Google Play Store or App Store on your smartphone and open it. Tap on the member button at the bottom of your screen and follow the easy steps to register with your phone number or email, and you are ready to become a reporter.
GhanaWeb Reporter, democratizing journalism and empowering content creators.
Luckiest, luckiest, luckiest. Luck is everywhere for everyone, yeah. Luckiest. Star 712.
How to play and win online. Step 1. Go to the URL or website www.theluckiestafrica.com. Step 2. Click on Ready to Play and register. Step 3. Fill out your valid details to register. Step 4. Enter and confirm the OTP sent to your email. Step 5. Purchase your ticket or generate a random ticket. Step 6. Enter the ticket amount you want to buy. Step 7. Follow the steps to buy tickets for yourself or someone. Step 8. Confirm your ticket and choose your payment option. Step 9. Follow the steps to make payment. Step 10. Verify your phone number. I am Mr. Good Luck, and I'm on a mission to spread luck all around.
Nurse, papa, driver, bouncer, friends, teacher, banker. Star 712 hash. You could be the luckiest.
Is FDA approved.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign.
Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@GhanaWeb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Idea products na the makeup. I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. We pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Kwanyet on, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Ensure the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer in 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Are you still searching for the right platform to share your voice, thoughts, and feelings? Then the GhanaWeb Reporter on the GhanaWeb app is the perfect app for you. It is Ghana's only citizen journalism and infotainment platform. Wherever you are, whatever you are doing, GhanaWeb Reporter links you up to the world. The reporter also gives you the opportunity to blog or become a citizen journalist, so you share stories with the rest of the world about cities, music genres, pop culture, tech, politics, etc. Download the GhanaWeb app from the Google Play Store or App Store on your smartphone and open it. Tap on the member button at the bottom of your screen and follow the easy steps to register with your phone number or email, and you are ready to become a reporter.
GhanaWeb Reporter, democratizing journalism and empowering content creators.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign.
Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@GhanaWeb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #Legalize Organ Donation Now. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Hi guys, we are back again, Charlie. This is going to be my last video here in Sao Tome. I hope you enjoy watching this video. This is my full experience in Sao Tome. This trip was organized by me and 3 other friends. We got our return ticket for 4,100 Ghana cedis, which is about $348 US. We settled in our Airbnb, which we found online, which cost us 100 euros. Good morning, family. So this is my view here this morning. This place is amazing. I'm really glad I chose this Airbnb. So beautiful. Wow, I could live here the entire year. The only disadvantage is if you are somebody who can't sleep with noise. In the middle of the night, the waves were so loud, so I could literally hear it in like while sleeping here. So that's the only disadvantage. But apart from that, this place is beautiful. Wow, it's so beautiful. And moved to another Airbnb space after 2 nights to this beautiful place, which cost us 150 euros a night. On the second day, the first thing we needed to do was to rent a car for 45 euros, but the guy gave it to us for 40 euros a day. It's difficult to move around here on the island without a car, so I would encourage you to rent a car while you are here. If you can't drive, don't worry. They have cars that comes with a driver, but that's going to cost you extra. It will cost you between 50 euros to 60 euros a day, a driver and a car. We exchanged some euros to Dobras, which is their local currency here, and they accept euros as well. So don't worry. If you have any other currency you want to use here in Sao Tome, I would recommend you use the euros here. On the second day, we spotted this island from our Airbnb, so we decided to go check it out. We got to the Santana Hotel, paid 15 euros to see this island. So guys, that over there is the Club Santana Hotel, and we are going to this beautiful island which you saw earlier. Guys, so beautiful. The water is blue, turquoise blue. We are through. Let's go. We tried a local meal after.
It's like, I don't know what it is, but it tastes like potatoes. Thank you. Thank you very much.
The next day was scuba diving, which we were all excited about because it's going to be our first time scuba diving. And this is how it went.
Okay, when you see me doing that, that's equalized.
I mean, you have to.
And this means going up. This is going up, yeah. This would be going down.
Going down, okay.
This means I'm okay.
This entire activity cost us 80 euros, which was the most expensive activity for the entire trip.
We're going to be scuba diving close to this shipwreck. Yes, this right there in the middle of the ocean. It's going to be fun. I'm very happy.
The good part is you don't have to know how to swim to scuba dive. They would assist you. So on your next stay here in Sao Tome, I'll encourage you, whether you can swim or not, make it a point to at least try this activity. Is it worth it? A big yes. So we ended the day having pizza and visited the Hellmouth. This is a beautiful place. I would encourage you to visit. The next day was our tour day, and we were lucky to have our tour guide, who is called JP, with us. The good part is JP also drives, so he offered to drive us for free, but we paid 40 euros a day for his tour guide services. And most people here do not speak English, they speak Portuguese, so I would encourage you to at least find a tour guide who speaks English so you can have a better feel of visiting this island. JP took us on a history tour, which I've posted all my videos on my YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share. Watch all my videos from Sao Tome. And we had lunch. At the end of the tour, we had lunch at a local restaurant, which is called the Santola. We had a local crab delicacy, which I highly recommend on your next trip here in Sao Tome.
Breaking the crab leg.
Oh, this is selfie.
Wrap it in the napkin. Like this.
Cover it well. Otherwise, you're gonna get it.
Yes. Guys, look at this. Oh, it's yummy. That is good. So guys, we are currently at the very popular tunnel here in Sao Tome. If you come to Sao Tome and you don't come visit this tunnel, then you didn't visit. This place is beautiful. beautiful. I hope the videos do justice.
We also saw the black sand beach for the first time, and it was a very beautiful sight because it's very different from the usual beach we've seen. I've seen white beaches, I've seen brown sand beaches, but this is really different. It's so beautiful. I encourage you to see this place on the next visit to Sao
Black beach here in Sao Tome, and this is the only place in the north where you can find a black sand beach. This is so beautiful. Wow, I'm really amazed. Look at this. So dark in color.
The next day was the southern tour. We visited this famous volcanic rock here, and if you haven't watched my previous video, you need to go back and soak all this beautiful scenery here in.
So guys, our next stop is the Big Dog Peak. That's it over there. It's so beautiful, and oh guys, here's so nice. Here's so nice. Let's take a look at it. I have never seen this before. This is so beautiful, so green, and this is a perfect place to take a picture when you're in Sao Tome. Come here whenever you're here.
We also saw the waterfall for free.
So guys, we ordered a cup of coffee, which costs €1 here at the waterfall. Oh, like I like this.
And drove about an hour and 45 minutes to the resort called Inhami.
Here at the lodge, we are heading towards the island, and the island is called the Island of Rhodas. And before we get there, we need a boat to get there. That place is really beautiful. Here is beautiful from the pictures I have seen. I can't wait to get there, and it costs €10 per person. Guys, Sao Tome is surprisingly very, very beautiful. We are about to have lunch here before going to see the equator. So guys, after lunch we are going to the center of the world, located here in Sao Tome, and we are going to see the equator, which is about 30 minutes walk from the shore. So we are going. After 20 minutes walk, I am finally at the center of the world, but the rest are still at the back. I've been fit lately, so yeah. Okay, so he says I need to step in with my right foot first. It brings good luck. Good luck in Jesus' name. Amen. I'm finally here. Whew. I am at the center of the world. Center of the world. This is the center of the world.
The next day was the last tour day, which was the center tour. We started with a visit to the botanical gardens, which we learned a lot about the plants here in Sao Tome. And yeah, we also learned a little bit about the history and how the Portuguese colonized Sao Tome.
Last one is Rei Amador. He's the one who cut the neck of the Portuguese before they gained independence. So this is their hero.
On our last day in Sao Tome, we spent the entire day at this beautiful resort called the Omale Resort. We had lunch and the manager was kind enough to give us free food and drinks. Oh, a big shout out to her. But unfortunately, I lost all my footages from these resorts. But yeah, guys, I recommend when you also decide to spend some night here in the city, I'll recommend the Omale Resorts. We had a good time. The rooms are lovely. I even wished I spent more time here. Unfortunately, on my next visit, I will gladly visit this resort. Don't forget to. It's called the Omale Resorts. So guys, thank you so much for the love on all my videos in Sao Tome. Let me know in the comment section which of my videos is your favorite. Until next time on my next video, I want to say this is going to be the last video here in Sao Tome. I love you all. Bye.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers. Simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Luckiest, luckiest, luckiest. Luck is everywhere. For everyone, yeah. Luckiest. Star 712.
How to play and win online. Step 1. Go to the URL or website www.theluckiestafrica.com. Step 2. Click on Ready to Play and register. Step 3. Fill out your valid details to register. Step 4. Enter and confirm the OTP sent to your email. Step 5. Purchase your ticket or generate a random ticket. Step 6. Enter the ticket amount you want to buy. Step 7. Follow the steps to buy tickets for yourself or someone. Step 8. Confirm your ticket and choose your payment option. Step 9. Follow the steps to make payment. Step 10. Verify your phone number. I am Mr. Goodluck and I'm on a mission to spread luck all around.
Baba, driver, bouncer, friends, teacher, banker. Star 712 hash. You could be the luckiest.
That is FDA approved. Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Idea Products Nadia Makeup. I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. We pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Kwanyet, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Brahmi ensure the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makwala, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Are you still searching for the right platform to share your voice, thoughts, and feelings? Then the GhanaWeb Reporter on the GhanaWeb app is the perfect app for you. It is Ghana's only citizen journalism and infotainment platform. Wherever you are, whatever you are doing, GhanaWeb Reporter links you up to the world. The reporter also gives you the opportunity to blog or become a citizen journalist, so you share stories with the rest of the world about cities, music genres, pop culture, tech, politics, etc. Download the GhanaWeb app from the Google Play Store or App Store on your smartphone and open it. Tap on the member button at the bottom of your screen and follow the easy steps to register with your phone number or email, and you are ready to become a reporter.
GhanaWeb Reporter, democratizing journalism and empowering content creators.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@GhanaWeb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonation Now. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.